Hi. I didn't take my fucking vitamins. Let me turn that down. Hello, hi. Let me put up my desk. No, Mochi. Oh, okay. Travel across. Hello, hi. Otto? This isn't even an Otto. This is Nylana. It does sound like Otto, though. Oh, I need to change these. Anyways, let's see. Let me scroll. I need to take my vitamins, Doc. I'll take my vitamins. Our lovely water today is Fire. But hello, Doc. Hello, Goober. Hi, Junior. Hi, Fire. Hi, Kai. Oh, did you get up? Hello. Okay. Hi, Max. Hi, Turnip. Let's see. Hi, Coco. Hi, Shaylin. Hello. And I think that's the round call. Okay, let me do vitamins. I can walk away though. You guys are gonna be at a awkward height. Hello. Mochi wanted to walk across as I was like lifting up the desk, so it's not fully standing height. There's fluff on this. How is everyone doing? What the hell are we talking about? None of y'alls are allowed. Nice top, thank you. It's one of my favorites because it's colors. Wrong way. Mochi, you're ascending, just so you know. Okay. I made it too tall. Mine too? Stop it. Bad. Good, how are you? I'm good. I'm glad you're doing good, Max. Like, it's been a minute since you've been around. Hopefully your collection and everything's going well. Did you? Ooh. Put on your better foot? Stop. Both of yours. The freaking tail is so cute, though. Open. There we go. Okay. Always shaming me is what I do. Left half my lunch at— why'd you leave half your lunch at home? Dylan, miss my friends. I miss my friends. I miss my friends' tails. I miss my friends a lot. How did D&D go? I can confirm days that I work at 3 p.m. I, in fact, cannot join. Because I'm like, okay, well, I'm free most of the time when you guys are playing. But Kev says it's usually 10 to 2 that you guys play my time. And I'm like, oh. I for sure cannot do that then. It's so sad. Mar-a-Lago river? Fuck yeah! I need to go out and buy some because, the romance one I've been reading that's like smushed in there, it has a 4th volume, so I need to go get that. Stupid? No, you're not. Why are you calling yourself stupid? Sort of real me instead of the me I'm forced to pretend to be in public. Well, you already found that person, Turnip. You got Brittany. We love you, Turnip. I love shaming everybody. Get your package? I have not gone to check yet, Doc, because my parents went into town the other day, but the post office completely closes now on Sundays. So we couldn't go in. What series is that? Fall in Love, You False Angels. It's very cute. I like it a lot. Because I'm stupid? Well, you're not stupid. But okay, I see. I see. I don't know if I want my hair up in a clip or up in a bun today. I have my other headphones in, so like my head is free of any pain. A couple of volumes from Barnes & Noble and use proxy delivery service. That's so funny. I love that. I love shopping. It's so difficult. What the fuck? It waiting to be processed and shipping options. Okay, well that's good though. I need to go to Barnes & Noble. I have some books on my list to buy for some friends for a Christmas gift. And I was tempted to buy them on Amazon because I won't lie, Amazon has books much cheaper. But one, they usually send them in horrible conditions, and they usually end up getting bent and whatnot. But then 2, I want my bookstores to stay alive, so I will give Barnes & Noble my money. So I'd rather buy from them. Arrive for hello. I still need to read mine. I've had this one, which is still the funniest shit. Oh my god, I saw this in the store the other day though. I still have this one, but because it has this little image, I think there's like 3 other books from this series. This is like the 3rd one. They're all individual stories though, but they have a lighting like image, and it's actually really cool. And I'm like, oh, Barnes & Noble song, right? Did you? I did hear it. It's so fucking funny, Goomber. It's so stupid. It's just like a stupid, silly one. Christmas cards arrived earlier today. Been sobbing. You made me a Beedrill keychain. Oh, that's so cute. It's a you-themed gift. It's just Beedrill. We want the special edition hardcover of the guy she was interested in. It wasn't a guy. I don't know what the special edition one looks like. Let me look. Oh, thank God. I didn't have to. That's not how you spell special. Excuse me. Can you move your tail, ma'am? Thank you. Young press. Oh, that's nice. That's a nice hardcover. I like that. Each one interesting. Numbered edition web exclusive. I see. That's really pretty though. I love the green cover that manga is. It's atrocious because it's so bright and green, but I love it. Need to buy. Can I? Excuse me. I need to respond to B too. What is that? Quinn Mills books. I'm like, what books he got? You're a Quinn, but you're not Quinn Mill. That's Megan Quinn. And that's a romance Christmas book. Green. Happy Monday, Glitchy. How are you? First name wrong? Oh no. Poster bookmarks? Fuck yeah. Let me go look at that. Oh, those are really cute. I like those. Oh, they're the magnetic ones. I do enjoy the magnetic ones. I have one metal one that I do really love, but it's a corner bookmark, and I just don't like using it all the time, but it's one of my favorite ones. Got roaches in our crib? Is how got roaches in our crib? What the oh, dude, I saw a cockroach dead on the floor the other day. It scared the shit out of me. Yes, you do. I don't want this music. Let's go down here. Okay, Mochi. You could sit there. I'm gonna do this one. Let me open the window for Mochi. I want you to know, I started stream and I frantically put on makeup because I wasn't going to wear makeup, and then I was like, no, actually, I take back my actions and we're putting on makeup. So I was like, hey, other than getting the point of no return in Doki Doki, fair enough. It'd be that way. Oh, okay, yeah, just step over. Mochi, your butt is actually quite literally disgusting. I don't have baby wipes in here. And you've been sitting on my... You gotta wipe your butt, bro. She has a disgusting butt. Hi, Haunted. How are you? I know, I need to do rolls. I see the rolls piling in. How are you? I'm disgusted that my cat was just sitting on my desk and she has a disgusting butt, but I don't think there's anything I can do about that. So... Can go get a Lysol wipe. You bastard, hydrate! Maybe I go get a Lysol wipe. I can listen to the music. These... Mochi, don't you dare come up here. If you come up here, we are wiping your butt. Don't show off your butt, though. Okay. Just sit there. That was just rude. We're gonna hold for one moment while I go find a baby wipe or something, and you're gonna hear me torture Mochi. I will not lie. Also, hi, Quiet. How are you, my dear? How is the colony of rats? Rats. I'll be right back, though. I'll be able to hear anything. Here, move her over here.
Where? On the bed?
Yeah, it's fine. Oh my God.
Back here?
Here. Sit right there. I know, this is gonna be bloody murder. Okay, that's it, girl. That's it. Go sit in the corner now.
And claw your eyes out.
You're fine. You lived. She's still in the room. You guys did not hear a murder happen, okay? You did not hear a murder at all. So don't worry about a single thing. I don't know why I wiped this. Don't worry about that. But how is everybody doing? I'm just wiping my desk. And by that, mainly my mat, because that's where she sat. Plead the fifth? No, you don't. It's committed by the cat. Don't worry about it. All she is convicted of is not wiping her butt. And then sitting on my desk. That's what she's convicted of. So much fun playing D&D. Yes, how did you... Okay, so how is your D&D experience going, Haunted? That's your second time joining them now? I'm very glad. Very glad everybody's having a good time there. See, it's okay, Mochi. Yeah, clean your butt. Okay, girl? Clean your butt. Let me do some rolls. I wish I had Christmas dice, but we do not. Oh, turn up. Turn up, you here? I know you're here, but like, are you here? While I scroll. I can't wait for my DNA. Yeah! Her charges of for the stinky butt, her charges were, Goomber, politely, she did not wipe. And she sat on my desk, so it was a personal offense. It was so much fun. Okay, okay. Also, it might have been while I was gone, but I did not notice that last stream when we were playing, my friend Blast raided me, and I do not remember that happening at all. So that's crazy. Okay. That first time, I kept having to mute mid-fight though, so the entire 3 hours, I did 4 damage. Hey, we take what we can get, and that's not bad at all. We take what we can get, but I'm glad you guys had a good time. Okay, it was a good session. Okay, let me do some rolls. Doc, you're up first. 2, 10, and 3. You're doing good because you're here, but the rest is because you left half your lunch at home. That's that. Next up is Turnip. 18, 13, and 19. He's doing good overall. Wait, there's an artist called Nine Lana? Yeah, that's who I had Nine Lana on earlier. Whoever said Auto earlier, it was Nine Lana actually that was playing. He. It's really awful all the way until the end. It really be like that sometimes, Haunted. Sometimes it's the dice. Sometimes they're like, Okay, max. 15, 17, and a nat 1. You're doing good. The nat 1 is because you're still waiting for your manga to come in. So it's the agony of that. Let me do juniors. 1, 5, and 18. Overall, it's good. Junior's doing good, but junior has work. Yeah, it was Nine Lana. I love Nine Lana so much. I think I have a couple of songs by them. By some eventually, we can. Oh, you're winning, Junior! Is it? Junior's still here! The low rolls is because you have work. But you're winning! I hope your holiday season is going well, Junior. We miss you. Next up is Fire. 8, 9, and 11. Overall, honestly, that's pretty good. I think that's pretty good. For it being the holidays, everybody's a little bit stressed and or depressed. So I think that's pretty damn good. Next up is Kai. What the fuck is that number? 19, 6, and 2. I think mentally you're doing great, but I think your body's trying to beat you up. And we have no Resident Evil this week. So I think it's that. No evil residents. Next up is Coco. 16, 19, and a 5. Coco, you're doing amazing! Coco, I can't wait till we can fucking finally play Halo. Did you open the gifts? I need to find the VOD. Last stream. The hey to you earlier is that I have the cup here. Also, I told my mom she could use it whenever she wants because she really liked it. I will say I like the plastic straw of the other one better, but that's a straw issue. I could just switch out the straws. There's nothing. There's nothing bad about that. You like it? Yay, it's cat. My mom really likes it though. I won't lie. She was just like, oh, that's so cute. And I was like, okay, well, you can use it anytime you want if it's not in my room. Mainly because I like keep cups in my room. Because I just refill them. Let me do Haunted's roll. You got 2 9s and a 3. I think overall you're doing good. A little bit tired. A little bit going through it, but not too much. You're doing pretty good. Finally made somebody happy. Turn up. You've made us all very happy, okay? Don't you ever say that. Glitching. Nat 20 and a nat 1. I don't know how the fuck your day is. You also got a 4, so I think the day's in your hand. I hope you're doing well. That's fucking crazy. Okay, quiet. 16, 14, and 15. It's because you have that whole rat patrol, you know? You got a whole patrol now you can paint. Goomber. 16, 3, and a 9. Honestly, not too bad. Not too bad. A little bit down, a little bit closer to the end of the day, so a little bit eepy, but not too bad. Doing pretty good. And lastly... Oh, I did Quiets before. Oh, well. It was a hydrate from Quiet. Oh, well. You still redeemed rolls, so it'll still be that way. Ups and downs. Yeah. It's the end of the day for you too, so yeah. Volume for the series called Love Bullet got dispatched earlier too. Ooh. I hope so. I hope you can get it before then. If not, it comes afterwards, but that's exciting. I was busting through the door and I need a cup. That'd be crazy. She would never do that because she doesn't open my doors during streams. My dad does, however. Also, that was my brother. If you heard anybody come in while we were wiping my cat's butt. Who is entirely mortified and probably embarrassed. But it had to be done. But she would never. She's also not home today. Who else? I'm like catching up on the messages. Jingle, 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 jingle. That's my dice. Jingle, 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 jingle. We're gonna have one big roll. Yes, the dice that doesn't like anybody. It's got a 7. New manga series. Mangaka recently starting a new... Oh, that's so cool. Eats dice. You can eat this really... Actually, no, hold on, quiet. You want a lollipop? It's a D20 lollipop, and or I have... Oh, I still have the candy bag. I have these ones, which are strawberry flavor. These ones actually are really good. I kind of forgot I have them, but they are really good. Are they? Yeah. Candy counters, hard candy dice set. It's a whole set. I don't know which one I ate. I did not eat. Oh, I think I have... ate the 4. The weird triangle 4 one. I will disgrace it all the time. Oh god, I love these tins! These 2 tins are my favorite. It's my freaking liquid core ones that never get used. Oh, she fucking died. It's the stupid triangle. I think this is the one that I ate out of the set. It doesn't really sit that well in there. Oh, it sits better like that. These are so pretty. But it's sad, so it really doesn't happen yet. Yes, it does. The upward spiral, so I'm doing way better. Fuck yeah. Honestly, I will say too, Haunted right now, it is the holiday season, so it tends to hit a bit more. Whether you mean to be sad or not. It just kind of hits. It's the holiday season. It gets the year's ending type shit. Metal dice. Shiny. Chunky. You know what it becomes a pyramid? It's triangle. In my heart, it's forever a triangle. Triangle. What's in this one? Is this my Earth one? Yeah, this is my Druid set. That's my Druid dice. Like, what else? Technically, all these are my Druid dice. Oh, I forgot I have these. I truthfully don't know what these are. These little chips. But I have them. That's all that matters. And they sit in there. I have my yellow flower. Oh, do I have these ones out? Oh yeah, these are the ones I have out. These ones are really cool. They're very sharp though. Are these my pink ones? Yes. I think this bag is my favorite thing. It has become my Christmas decorations though. This song? So Christmas? It's so Christmassy! It's my favorite Christmas song! Oh. Oh, well, that's a fun number to look at. Just seeing 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. Oh, and now I got a 3, 3. Hi, Fox. 1, 2, 3. Do we want to say 3 days away? Christmas, it's just 3 days away. I miss Autumn. I love her so much. We're aware you're a big fan of Violet Evergarden too, right? Yes, yes, yes. Yes, they always have tours. I know, I think it was this previous summer, there was a Naruto orchestra tour. That was really cool. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow. Ah, wow, wow, wow. You can't bite Christmas away, quiet, okay? If you listen to Christmas, exactly. It's like my favorite Resident Evil song. Don't you guys remember my favorite Resident Evil song? I actually really love this song. Every living, breathing moment. I will be playing with my dice now. Just like sits in my hand. Agenda for today, really quickly, is we are playing Dying Light. That is it. There is another D&D session on Friday. I am thinking about streaming on Friday, but also I'm celebrating Christmas on Friday, so I don't know what the fuck's gonna happen on Friday. I don't know what the fuck's happening Friday. And Christmas since mid-October. Okay, so you've been a long-standing battle with Christmas. I respect it. I respect the fight. I respect the hustle. Did I need to plug something in? That's pretty much charged. I killed my phone last night because I fell asleep playing a game on my phone. As per usual. It does happen quite a lot, not gonna lie. I really should not be playing games on my phone when I go to bed. I should really put my phone far away from me. Here's to better health. I want to say mental health, but you know, overall health, because good lord, I have no strength in me. I need to work out. Let's go. Good health at the New Year's. Loaded in May. Ooh. Max, you should. That sounds so freaking cool. People coming over on Friday? Gross. Tell them politely, D&D's happening. Wait, since when? Kev just gave me the heads up. The next likely day would be Friday. Because I think that's another free day for a lot of people. I don't think it's planned. It's just kind of like he gave me the heads up. Because I'm the problem. It's me. I'm the problem. I am extremely out of breath. Sorry, snake eater. Six minutes, but I'm not here. I don't know if I need to crack my ankles. They didn't crack. Kill switch is good. Oh, spread a carpenter. Technically make it? Availability? No. No, that's real. That's real as hell. Let's see. I want to actually stock the availability. I actually need to bring up some other pages too as well so I keep myself accountable. You know what I haven't done again this week? Edit. I've been way too damn busy, bro. I've been too damn busy. Life be rough during the holidays. I am trying to get back into editing, but I keep on having weird, wonky plans. Well, oh yeah, a lot of people. It's except for Kev. Kev, too pretty. Was it the 26th? Let's see what the DM of sliding said. He did say 12/26. That is what the DM has spoken. But we also don't have to do that day. I can just stream that day at a later time and we could just chill. Oh, I could update it. Oh my god, I couldn't update it with my shitty schedule. I don't think I have it all the way up to that day. I think I only have up to that day. I was entirely right there. Okay. I needed to respond to B. Let's respond to B really quick. Trips me up. L word, then suddenly. Okay, so I just told B, I'm learning a Brooklyn accent to try to do an audition for something. Also, because what the fuck, might as well. Unfortunately, if you try to learn a Brooklyn accent and you have memes in your head, the W translates to like the way that you enunciate things. The W does unfortunately make me put the W in for an L instead. And you know what that means? It's suddenly my Brooklyn accent in the middle of the sentence will just turn into hello, but I'm like, fuck. Anyways. God, I'm glad turned up. It's really cute. I do really like it. Because of my parents over, I was fuck. You're right, Haunted. You can't tell them no. I mean, you could, but that would be a horrible choice to do. Make it, but Friday is Boxing Day. Fair. I mean, I'm celebrating Christmas on Friday too, so like, I don't even know what my plans are. When he posted it, I was sick and felt like death. Oh my death, real as hell. It's okay. I only had half of my schedule for it, so half of the days just aren't even marked. Boxing Day always makes me laugh. Like, nothing about the actual thing, it's just the wording of it. It's just, my silly little brain is just like, hee hee. Boxing. Oh my god. Who is it? I don't know which of the Paul brothers is the actual fighter, but Pro got fucked up in that fight. I don't watch boxing, but like, I just been seeing the clips about it. It's really funny. Do anything about things. But it exists? Real as hell. No, it'd be that way. Jake? Okay. Okay, it was Logan, the one yelling at him from the sideline. It was very funny. He wasn't yelling at his brother. He was yelling at the other fighter. Which was also another drama for it. It's really funny. Oh, my favorite Resident Evil song. Damn it. I love this song so much. This song haunts me. My favorite Resident Evil song. My favorite Resident Evil song. Resident Evil. I can't hear myself talk properly with these headphones, which is a reoccurring theme with every headphone, so I'm fucked. Essentially, I'm screwed over. Mochi, are you okay? Sorry, my cat looked like she was crying. Face broken. Glad he finally fought someone who didn't throw the fight. Yeah. That's what the other drama was because his brother was yelling at I don't know who the other boxer was. But I don't follow these things. So I don't know who he was, but he was yelling at him and people are like, is he like taught? It's one of those things of trying to read the lips. It's him talking about like, we paid you, like you're not supposed to like do that. We paid you to lose, basically, type thing. And I'm like, oh. But yeah, he beat the shit out of him and it was quite funny. It's quite funny. Do some stuff during the day. I don't know if it's this year, but I might be able to make it on Friday. Okay. I mean, it's not set in stone. Truth be told, Mr. DM hasn't said anything in the Discord. He only messaged me. So we can all yell at him. Both influencers? Oh yeah, they both are. Well, I hate them both. Fighter, okay. I like actually because I don't follow boxing. But of course this is gonna get around onto my feed no matter what. So yeah. Who are we yelling at? Honestly we could yell at anybody, but I was telling the gossip and tea about. But yeah, they both are pieces of shit. We just talked about the Mank and Jake Paul. I was like, which one again? Again, his fucking shit rock, bro. His jaw gone. Those teeth are not aligned. Fully either, but my dad was showing me clips. That's essentially what happened to me, Haunted. I was just sitting at work scrolling and I passed it as I was sitting there. I was like, oh. And then there was like more drama of it. I was like, oh. Real as hell. Mochi, don't eat that. Here, do you want something to chew? You want to fight this? You can fight that. That's only a paper towel. You can munch on that. She's trying to eat, are they the same thing? Well, yes, they are. She's trying to eat concentrated, what is this? Cream. Face cream. She's trying to eat face cream. So she was trying to eat 2 places. Yeah, his teeth are not aligned. Love all the beans. The beans are so good. Okay, she's calmed down. I'm like really out of breath. I probably should take my inhaler or something. I don't know what it is. What lotion did I put on? That's what it is. Okay. I might need to take an allergy pill. Unfortunately, I'm allergic to scents. But I like smells. But the new Bath and Body Works lotion that I got smells really pretty. But it also really hurts me. I won't lie. No cap, no lie. It kind of hurts me, but it smells really good. What scent? Oh. Here. Cheer up. It's the sweetest song. It's really pretty. I bought it for the aesthetic, but also because it drew me towards it because of the aesthetic, and then I smelt it, and then I was like, okay, it smells really nice. And also it was the day that I went shopping for Christmas stuff. That is a you smell? Yes, but also Vampire Blood is more of a me smell. I love that shit so much. But it was also the day that, like, this is basically $19? $4. $4 for everything in the whole store. To a bunch of things, but I ignore that. I know. Okay, Doc, I have news for you. Sorry, I'm also like, I am out of breath because of my allergies now. Mahogany. Not the mahogany. I just realized what song is playing. I want Lady. I think my New Year's resolution, it is cliche because everybody does it. Like, I'm gonna be healthy, I'm gonna be fit, but I think I'm actually gonna take more note of what I shouldn't be eating. Am I going to stop eating it? No. But am I going to start limiting the stuff? Yes. Fucking leaves. Yes, that's how I deliver my news. Bath and Body Works. I really hurt. If I take my head, it'll be all fine. The sweetest song. I'm gonna start counting calories. Only counting, no limiting. Imagine there's no limiting. We're trying to get to the highest fucking count we can. Don't do that. That's also bad. But it honestly, like, counting calories is bad because it can fuck with your mental health. But it's not a bad thing in a sense of as long as you regulate it and you make sure it doesn't damage your mental health and you don't get too obsessed with it. It's good to know how much you're intaking and whatnot. This song. I drew another point emote last night, and I forgot that I have a point emote, but it looks really smooth. I found a new pen on Procreate that I really like. I just like counting things. That's real. Oh, my shit, move on. I'm gonna get that done day one. No, you wait. You stop it. Need to get stonk. Me too quiet. I need to get stonk. I need to get stonk politely and kindly for the fact that, like, I get out of breath so fast. But then I'm gonna fight myself. Where are the freaking fragrance? Oh, blush raspberry, sugar crystals, and whipped musk. Why are they whipping the musk? The musk is what gets me. Dip it on. Oh, good boy, turn up. I will not be doing the uwu today, but because my lung is in pain right now. I hit that high pitch. You can get a little woo, but you have so many points. Forgot what I was gonna say, but yeah, I need to start actually watching my health. Oh, you're going back to bed? Okay. Hella put herself to bed. So thought that counts. It does. I would really like to, but I feel my lungs dying. I feel my body collapsing on itself. But that's okay. That's okay. I'm used to it. Dude, I want more of... I know I said I want the Gucci lipstick, but I do want more of this. Because this is a clear one that I got. This is the smoothest shit I've ever fucking used. And it's the smoothest shit because it does cost fucking $40. My friend Jordan bought it for me. I love his soul. I hope he's doing well. I'm gonna fight him in his life choices, though. So there's that. I feel like I should sit, but I don't want to sit. I had to work out a bit, not being an asshole too much. Okay, fair. I feel like that's very realistic. Sometimes it's just a life choice. Except don't stop being an asshole to the assholes, okay? Bully the assholes. They're allowed to be bullied. Hee hee. Hee 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 hee. But I concur. I concur. What the hell's in my pocket? Okay. That's a good one. I need to focus on like oh shit, yeah, focus on actual life stuff. Let me actually bring up stuff. Okay. I have one peeve. I'm looking at my acting stuff again, okay, you guys? I kind of ignored it for like the past 2 months. Truth be told, it hit holiday season, things were slow on them, and then I got bad mental health, and then also I was too goddamn busy. Jojo! No! Yeah, I hope it's not the second one! I hope it's not the second one! If this stupid little thing... Oh, I do have one draft. Oh yeah, because I needed to type something. But I have gone back to looking at stuff. But my peeve is the universal auditions because it is the most complicated thing to get to the page that you need to. So right now, me trying to get to the page to leave up so that I can make sure that I apply to the audition, or at least I can see what the audition that I need to do is so confusing. Oh my god, here we go. I found, okay. Is it this one? No, it's not that one. Yes, it is that one. I found, okay, it is this one. Oh my god. It is so confusing finding the page of which I need. Wow, 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 wow. It says the slides will be Apply now. Okay, I'm just gonna leave that up and we'll come back to that afterwards. Okay. I'm glad you enjoyed the exploding emote. That was literally a random one I drew. And the depression hits just right. That was me the past few weeks. Dudes, it's my lovely little... So I have one little bit of trauma in me that is left. Okay, that's a lie. I have a lot of trauma left in me. But I have one little trauma in me that... Is this so much? I'm so glad it's a stupid one. And I was gonna go back in and edit it more to make the fire better, but you guys said, no, I like that. And I was like, oh, okay, it's yours now. I won't touch it. It's so funny. Anyways, I have one little bit of trauma that always shines through the most, especially when I start to get... I love... Okay, the thumb one makes me laugh because it's not even transparent. It's not even transparent, so there's just a white block around it. Oh, the thumbs up? Do you want the thumbs up, or do you want the explode, or do you want both? Forget my trauma, we're not going to talk about that. Fuck the trauma. I think I feel like I added one of them to it. No, I didn't. Why can't I use my... Oh, I don't have nitro. I should be able to use it. Oh, turnip. Well, turnip, your roll earlier was good. It's still good. 19, 13, and a 9. I had to make sure. My stupid life trauma. That's me. I let my stupid life trauma come out and shine, and it almost ruined my Disney day. And I'm like, I'm gonna shut the fuck up. I'm gonna shut up. Like, shh. Where's the stupid thumbs up? You get the white background and everything. It's literally called Thumbs Up Cat. I don't think Big Ol' Eyes is there either. Is Big Ol' Eyes there? Big Ol' Eyes is not there. I think I might redo the hug emote, and that's perfectly fine. It's when I tried a different style, but now I have a better style. Oh, where the fuck is the exploding one? I don't remember what I named the exploding one, I'll be honest. It's somewhere here. Oh, exploded. I found it. Okay, they're both in the Discord. Do I have a sticker available? Oh, I put Big Ol' Eyes for the stickers. That's what I did. That's perfectly fine. Oh my god, one extremely cool person has boosted the server. That's so cute. That's so cute to see that. Okay, so they're both there. Who lives a better life than I do? Honestly, you fucking right about that. Okay, Exo, please not right now. Sorry, my heart rate's going fast. I need to stop all movement. Okay. I lives rent-free and I wanted to start paying. Dude, that's what I'm saying. I'm there enjoying my best Disney day with my besties. And then suddenly one little thing happens. I'm already off for the day because like I've been kind of depressed and emotions are wonky. You know, it'd be that way. And then it took one simple little thing. And broken. The trauma said, hello. And I said, stop it. Hello, Leah. How are you? Also turned up son. I like the way you worded that, dog. I hope you're doing well, leader. Hi. I have not seen the cards anywhere. I forgot to message you back, but I went to everything else too. A lot has been happening. But I've not seen it anywhere. Can't go outside because the dog is barking and I'm too close to panicking. Kai, tell me next time that's happening and I will fly myself out instantly and teleport there and I won't punch the dog, but I'll punch the dog. In spirit. I'll get it to shut up, you know? But don't worry. I have been looking though. I've been keeping my eye out at least to see if they're anywhere. Can't go. Dog, Martin. It's very mean to me. I'm gonna sit that dog down. I'm gonna sit it down politely at the kitchen table and explain his actions to him. Explain what he has done wrong. Is that in January? Yes, you will. Square up with that shit, quiet. You're tall enough. What's it gonna do? Bite your ankles? I don't condone this, but kick it. Don't kick it. But you could. But you won't. You won't. But you could. I don't think you have the capability of even doing that. But you know, if it bites you, bite it back. If it bites your ankle, pick up his leg and just go chomp. You say you bite me, I bite you. Fair game. I need to shut the fuck up, bro. I need to shut the work. It's to me. Looking at work. Think, dude, your trauma isn't that bad. Why do you care? The trauma makes me think, why do you care? Care about more about me. You real. See, what happened to me at Disney is I had the incident happen. And I don't want to say anything because I don't want to make B or my other little friends feel bad because it wasn't their fault. It's literally just in my head, and it's been a rough couple of like past 2 months. The holiday season's just been rough because of work and everything. But there's been a lot of stuff building up to it. So then that just like that little incident happened. And then in the line for Indiana Jones is when my depression set in. And then I was in the battle in my head of don't let this fucking ruin your day. You're stupid. But then it's like, but I'm sad, but you're stupid. Why are you focusing on this? And it was the back and forth of like, no, it matters. No, it doesn't. Yes, it do. No, it doesn't. I'm like, I just want to go in Indiana Jones. That's what happened. You good, Mochi? Is it gonna rain? Those don't look like rain clouds. Those don't look like rain clouds at all. They look like fire clouds, I won't lie, because they're brown. So, welcome to Trauma 101. Where the trauma happens. And then you're stuck in the eternal battle of what matters more, the trauma or your sanity. And in that moment, nothing matters. The trauma is just the shining star. And I'm like, you can send it like that, please, no. I love this song. I'm so sad I didn't go see them. So sad. I have a little bit of coffee, but I'm not drinking a lot of coffee. I need to cut back on coffee. I don't need to cut back on coffee. But I do. But I don't. You little bitch all the time. That's what I'm saying. Bro, like the shit that happened at Disney wasn't even that biggest of shit. My little brain was just a wimpy little baby and was just like, shut the fuck up. I'm in Disneyland, bro. I'm about to go on Indiana Jones. It don't fucking matter. That's how it really felt in that situation where I'm like, what the fuck? I mean, I'm about to go on Indiana Jones and I'm being a little crybaby. My friends took a picture of me though in the line and you can see my soul is gone from my body. It's gone. I think I'm getting better. I go outside and accurate. I'm gonna sit down because my lungs are still hurting from aroma. We aren't going to ignore my Hitalia blanket on this, okay? I don't like the feeling of the back of this chair. And that's just a sensory issue. Why are you looking at me like that, girlie? I am about to be blasted by the sun, though, because my window's open. Why is Brain like that? That's what I'm saying. Why is Brain like that? Short, hey, leave me alone! 1 inch of rain. Wednesday. We finished the coffee, and there's no more coffee to exist today. I don't know what's in this water. Like, I know what's in this water. This was my work water last night, but I don't know what it's gonna taste like. Because I had flavored water in there, and then I kind of diluted it. It's probably not gonna taste good. There's so much sunlight coming in. Stop it. Oh, actually holding up that book helped a lot. Can I make a stack? No, I can't. You know, fuck it. I'll just be washed out. I don't really give a shit. Every time you get near the dog, the owner needs to train it better. There was a video of a lady who took her golden retriever into a coffee shop. And there's nothing wrong with that. nothing wrong with bringing your dog to a coffee shop or whatnot. But I don't know if anybody saw the video. I didn't. I saw some people talking about it, discussing it. But apparently she had him on a non-retractable leash, which is also fine. But it was a extremely long one. So therefore he had free roam with like the whole place. Basically caused a menace. And she was like, he's just silly. No, he's not, ma'am. Get him outside, please. It's doggy's guard dog. It's a doggy's guard dog. I'm telling you, I will sit those. Oh, okay. That's even grosser. Those dogs deserve better. They don't know. It's so upsetting because sometimes it's not the dog's fault. In the sense that it's like, no one's ever told them that's bad. Do you sneeze? Oh. Gotten the sun? I've heard many people. I don't. I do have the case for me. Start that when I chew on mint or if I have anything mint, it will make me sneeze. Or if I accidentally like choke, like when something goes down the wrong pipe or like tickles the back of your throat, I will cough and then I will sneeze. Hi, Nova. How are you? Had his dogs taken away once. Okay, those doggies deserve better then. Big time. One, so you can have peace and quiet, but two, so that they have better lives. See, yeah, like me personally, for that, no. Other strange things, yes, I do sneeze because of it. Okay, goal is also to drink more water, won't lie. I do think I feel like switching out the straws. The metal straw is nice, I just think I like the plastic one better. Also because the hat doesn't fit on it. Well, the hat fits on it, but like, to hold it down, it doesn't fit on it. So there's just that. So I might just go steal a different straw from the kitchen. I forgot I just took off the hat. Yeah, because it doesn't stay as well. Sorry, you can just see the little cowboy hat. Here, I'll leave the cowboy. Oh my god, could I get it to place? No, but I could leave the cowboy hat on the little gar. I should put a cowboy hat on the gar. Right, how about you? Hell yeah, glad to hear that. I'm doing pretty good. I have my weird wonky schedule this week because it's holiday week for the next 2 weeks. But it's not the worst. It's not as bad as the last time where I had 5-day chunks back to back in a row. So I'd have 5 days, have like a day or two off, and then 5 days again. Now I have 2 days, day off, 3 days, day off, and then I think 3 or 4 days? No, 3 days. Actually, don't know. It's split up a lot nicer where I'm like, okay, for my sanity, this is a lot better. Sorry, I'm staring at the cup.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
I don't want to. I do stare at this cup and it does piss me off. And I'm like, I'm pretty sure it's an AI image. But it's cat. I don't think I like the straw. But that's a straw issue. That's a me issue, truth be told.
Hydrate, you bastard!
How long is
Hydrate!
I got so far away, quiet. Oh, I could reach it. My arms are short, okay. How does chaotic have a schedule then?
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
Not as bad as Thanksgiving week. That was pretty bad. Yeah, I don't think I like that straw. Let's see. I need to buy a new journal for next year.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
Let's see. I need to buy some new stationery stuff too. Is this? That's October. Honestly, I haven't been felt good since I came back from TwitchCon. Let's see. Yeah, 'cause Thanksgiving, I had 1, 2, 3, 4 days in a row, 2 days off, and then I worked 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh. 4 days in a row again. Oh, thank God it was only 4. But this time, where am I? This time I worked 2 days. So I work Saturday and Sunday. I have today off, and then I work 3 days, and then I have a day off, and then I work 3 days again, and then I have a day off and work 2 days for sure. I'm pretty sure I have Friday off again. I don't actually remember. Let me look. Let's stock my schedule. It's not the worst. It felt really bad during Thanksgiving because it was just back to back to back to back to back. I'm pretty sure that was 5 days. My poor journal. You can't even see it. Oh my god. But like, I keep a pen in here usually, so it's all like puffed out in the corner. Oh yeah, because I work 2 days. Well, that's 3 days. 3 days, day off, 2 days, a day off, and then I probably will work 2 days at the least. I will say I have a training coming up. I don't know if that training's gonna happen. Why you doing, little hot ass cat? I love you. I love you. Where the hell are we? We're past this. I think I wrote out this week's schedule. Yes, I did. I feel bad not editing at all, but that's okay. Dying Light. Yeah, I don't know if that training is gonna happen because they were talking about how they canceled a lot of the shows. Because it's a show training, a seasonal show. But because of the rain that we're having, apparently. I don't know what rain, so we'll see if that even happens. Do you get the day off? No. I wish. I so wish that would happen, Max. Unfortunately, they hate us. And if the training doesn't happen, they just call you and be like, okay, so, this is going to be canceled, so we're just going to redeploy you. And I'm like, just call me if you need me. Gonna miss Resident Evil the last Christmas Day. I know, but to last Christmas Day and then even the next day, I want to stream on Friday just because I'm going to miss you guys. I know I just looked at my schedule, but I don't even know what my fucking schedule is. Hold on. So I'm like, what can I stream? I want to do one more stream before the year ends. I'll stream on Tuesday, the 30th, for sure. And that'll be the last stream of the year, because then I work. I mean, no. I'll probably spend time with friends. Moe shop for this teto. Redeploy you? Like you're going to... yeah, like you're so... That's what I'm fucking saying. It does feel like I'm going to war sometimes when I go to work. I love my job, but yeah. Hi, Steve. Been nice to have Friday off. Oh, Steve. A lot of stuff would have been nice with this company, but they said no. Give me a million... I can't... I mean, I could probably do 5 push-ups. My arms are not as strong. I used to be able to do more. I think I was at a solid like 15, 20 solid push-ups. But now I have not done push-ups for a while. So yeah. I do like doing... I hate the term for it, but I'm always saying like girl push-ups. But because then I can focus on different parts of like my body to like strengthen. But also that hurts my knee, I won't lie. Doing the knee push-ups. So those hurt. But 5 isn't bad. For what I'm at right now, it's not bad. I love Vocalord. But yeah, Max, it is actually being redeployed into a new section of the whole Disneyland. So we'll see what happens. They usually call me and be like, hey, so we're going to redeploy you. We're going to put you here in a pad shift. And then if anybody calls out, we're going to put you over here. Hopefully they just put me straight into where I want to be. So I don't have to fight for it. But we'll see what happens. I kind of want this song. Also, it is game time. You do one-handed push-ups? If I could, I don't know if I can, Max. If I could, it for sure would be my right arm. I don't think I could do it on my left arm. Wow, is that from being folded? Yeah, my left side has a loose ligament, and so when I tend to work out and do push-ups or arm things, I can feel it going. It's a very weird feeling and I don't like it. So if I could probably do one and it would have to be with my right arm. Maybe. Too much. Hey, it's because I have wood floor. And it's nothing of that. If I try to do push-ups and I have my knees, the wood floor fucking hurts, bro. Yeah, I could feel it like pinching because it doesn't roll over right because I have okay, welcome to my party trick. Can you tighten it up? I've told it to tighten up. It doesn't want to. Welcome to my party trick. This is one of my loose ligaments that literally rolls over my knuckles. I can't do it too much because I will start hurting. Sounds so painful, just weird. It's just weird and uncomfortable. For the most part, it's not painful until, like, say I do that over and over again. It will pinch up here, and then it will pinch up my wrist, and then it'll stop hurting here, but it'll move to my elbow, and it'll slowly travel up to my shoulder, and sometimes then down to my hip and down to my leg. Why? I don't know. But it likes to do that sometimes. It is just rude. At least it's not everything at once. It just... That was from a motorcycle accident? Nay. That was just how it was born. It was my party trick. That's my party trick, is my loose ligament. Because also it is a disgusting thing to feel. Because I have people just like, put your hand there, and then I pop it, and they're like, oh. I'm like, yes, welcome. Deal with that every day. That's why my shoulders pop a lot, and they pop in weird ways. I do really, and I probably should. My desk mat is really dirty. I need to buy a new one. I really should go to doctors for some joint issues. I think of the new year, I will schedule a doctor's appointment. I just need to actually remember at the beginning of the month so I can get an appointment. But yeah, I need to be tested for some joint things because there's some wonky things. Literally pop it and lock it. It's the same thing with my jaw. Sometimes I'll be eating and like it pops. And then I look at my friends, I was like, can you just like unhinge your jaw? And then I just go tung tung. And then it goes kung. It does hurt sometimes though. That one does hurt because it's such a violent like kung back into place. And it's not like back, like I'm completely unhinging it. It's just the ligament is popping over a joint. And so when it pops back, because that one's not as loose, so it's a little bit rougher. $1 trillion. Interesting, interesting. Welcome. Popping while eating is so uncomfortable. It is. Luckily, when I eat, it doesn't pop because it's not super loose. For my dad, it does pop. And we used to have to play music during Christmas. Not Christmas, during dinner time. Because we would just hear the chung, 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 chung. But yeah, sometimes when I yawn... Oh wait, I can't remember to yawn. When I yawn, it goes kunk, kunk. I actually don't know how long 600 seconds is, I'll be honest. I don't actually know how long 600 seconds, but yay! Ah. Maybe yawn too? Yeah. Thank you, Turnip. I don't know what Mochi's staring at. She's staring. It's 10 minutes? Okay, I'm like, I actually don't know how long 600 seconds sounds so extreme and so funny. But I'm like, I actually don't know in real time how much that is. Also, we are going to play the game. Because it's way past the time. And I would like to play some, especially since this will be the last few times I get to play this. For the year. I can't spell. There it is. I couldn't find it. Oh, that's true. That's true. I just don't. I don't bother trying to do math. Okay, turn up. I most legit have failed math multiple times. I don't try. Because then I get made fun of. So I don't try. Let me open up that. Let me change this. Dying like the beast. There we go. Ken, have you ever locked in when doing math? I really liked algebra. Algebra was my favorite, and if not, no. Math does not compute in my brain. I like that thought. Have you ever locked in? Have you ever locked in? Why yes, I have. Geometry, I failed twice. And college algebra, I don't think you realize, Steve, that I genuinely tested into college 2 levels below college level. So, math is not my forte. Same with English. I understand English and I understand comprehension. But having to do English in a like learning environment, awful. This math stream, I mean, I probably wouldn't be bad at it. I just don't like it. Is that my strong point either? Yeah, I don't like it. Oh, let me give you a game sound. There's nothing happening in the game, truth be told. It's a quiet screen. Okay. I don't know why, but the game felt very off in that mode. Ew. What was everybody's strong point in school? Honestly, I really loved chemistry, and I was the goat at chemistry. Don't ask why, it's still some form of math, but I liked that so much better. I don't know what this is. Nightmare. Wait, hold on. Nightmare experience. System affects your stamina. I don't like that. New finishers, achievements, and more. Survival mechanics. I don't like how they look. I do enjoy this music though with this game. It's always updating, so it's okay. What's lunch? An honest man.
Killed another fucking chimera. Data from a disk I found leads back to Haran. Olivia seems pretty excited about it.
Okay. Oh.
Camilo, the scientist...
It's just Hella. It's okay. Somebody bad there? Okay, history lit, I think not math-based. Okay, real. It's also pretty great. I hated my study hall, but because I had one of my favorite teachers, but unfortunately he was a very strict teacher, so like, it was not a fun time. Also, I went to Catholic school, so he was also the class that we ended up going to church with too, and that also meant we had to fucking behave. He would always be nice about it, but he was the most sassiest person ever. I fucking love dodgeball. Not microbiology, normal biology, truthfully. Any class I had a good teacher. That's fair. Real as hell. I don't even know what I was good at. I mean, I nailed French. Spanish, though? No, I didn't have good... I had good teachers, but it just did not comprehend. I hated conjugating so much. English, not my strong suit, because I don't know phonetics, so I had a hard time spelling and I got shamed for it, which is why I'm like, I have such a peeve and I get angry sometimes when people point out my spelling stuff. Sometimes I'm better with it now, but because I've literally been shamed by a teacher in front of the entire class for it, and I'm like, what the fuck, bro? Some French as well. Also, I don't know what I'm doing in this game, so let me look here. I'm trying to think of what else. I was good at chemistry. History? Technically, no. Art history, once I got to college, yes, but it's only in the fact of memorization I'm really good at. Theater didn't count. Didn't take art in high school. I really wasn't good at anything. And texts make me not want to associate with them any. Yeah, fair, real. If you see me text from my phone now, I hit the numbers a lot. I don't know why. This is the way the keyboard is. It's ever so slightly different than my Apple, so I hit the numbers so much. And then also, If you ever saw me text with my old phone, my Apple iPhone learned how to correct things into incorrect things in all caps. That was pretty cool. Also really unhandy though. College level essay, I'm sending a text, real as hell. Also, now I'm screwed because there's like 2 or 3 keys on my keyboard that don't fire or fire twice. So bad at everything, real as hell, Kai. This is why I have insecurities about what I do in my life. Okay, we're just gonna get this over with. We're gonna go drive a car. But yeah, 'cause sometimes I didn't learn. It's the same thing with my stupid fucking genuinely. I didn't know. Nobody corrected me my entire life that I said genuinely wrong. Nobody corrected me with me saying whiff wrong. Same with sushi, because I say it right, but if I say it too fast, I say sushi because it just slurs. So like there's things that I'm like, no one ever told me, but now people, you guys don't make fun of me for saying genuinely, but like people make fun of me. It's just like, hey, that's not how you say it. I'm like, what the fuck do you mean? The Y jams. I'm like, dude, the U jams. U is the really broken one. I think it's U, N, and E that don't like to go, but U is really fucked up. I don't know why U is. Truth be told, I need to clean this keyboard, so maybe I watch some One Piece today and clean it. But, I don't know how to play this game. Okay. I've typed out so many times now that my oh my god, the keyboard just knows. Wait, I want to look at chat. Definitely. Also, hi bud. I hope your holiday is doing well. No, I worked through the holidays completely. The cool glasses? Oh, why? Thank you. They are my like comfort glasses now for streaming. Also, because I probably should see. You know that when I was in English, I wasn't graded on my writing, but I got marked down for bad formatting. I hated. Okay. I also had a double whammy of the high school I went to was a college prep school. That makes me sound very prestigious and prissy. I was stupid. But, oh my god. I can say at least I learned how to write a fucking essay, but you're entirely right. When I went to college and some of the essays that I saw other people write, I'm like, oh my god, what the fuck? Anyways, real as hell. Because when I tell you freshman year, not even like it's my senior year or something, freshman year, I put, I think I put stick instead of strick. I forget which word, but I think I meant to put strick and I wrote something wrong. But she was reading out the essays, didn't say the names, but she was reading it out and I knew it was mine. And then she said, yeah, I don't know what the fuck this, she didn't say fuck. I don't know what this person is trying to like say. Like, I don't know what they're writing. They got this wrong and was just like going off about it. I'm like, what the fuck? I was literally a freshman. This was my first English class there ever. And I was mortified. Why they wrong until I started watching Silent Hill F playthroughs? Oh, that's so cute. Oh, that's so cute because that's a recent thing, Steve. See, stuff like that is like, how is somebody supposed to know unless somebody tells you? Say feasibly wrong? Oh, what is it? Nikki says banana wrong. She says banyama, I think she says. Hear that? It's fine. And I just can't spell it all. Me too quiet. I can't spell for shit. I didn't learn phonetics and I think that really fucked me up. Working through the holidays? Yeah, it'd be that way. I looked out for New Year's and New Year's Eve where I have a morning shift for New Year's Eve and then closing on New Year's Day. But Christmas and Christmas Eve, they said, fuck you. And I work Christmas Eve for closing, and then I open the next day. I'm like, what the fuck? I literally get 4 hours of sleep. Yeah, your butt was there, Stinky. If I fail twice, I just ignore the word. If you guys see me typing sometimes, and then it takes me a while, and I sometimes am completely reformatting words because I don't know how to spell it, so then I just default to a different word instead. Fuck you! Eat that sh- What are you- Oh, you're- okay. You're free. What you doing, girly? Oh. Sorry, sir. Imagine I just left him there.
Thought I was a goner. You saved me. Thank you.
He gave me fucking drinks! If I'm just loud or obnoxious, they leave. 'Cause I'm pretty sure they hear me. Oh. He disappeared so fast. He disappeared so fast. It was something with stupid Shazam app is dumb. It's the Cat's Eye version. But it's the Monster High Fright song. There's a couple different versions of it. This is the new one that Cat's Eye did. Do really like this one. I like the original so much better, but that's because it's the original, and it's what I grew up with. But I do love it. I still don't know what subject I was good at, though. Where am I going? Over there. I genuinely am trying to think, can I take you? Can I take you?
All right, Travis, give me the lowdown.
I drive far, avoid enemies, and make it to the end.
Simple enough.
How many drop frames? No. Okay, so we're gonna suck at this, but we just need to complete it. That's all we need to do. Mario Kart. Decent at math. Honestly, I wasn't bad at math, but I won't lie, at least in high school, I didn't have a good time in math because I never had any good teachers. My freshman year teacher hated women. Sophomore year? I don't even remember my sophomore year math teacher. I failed geometry one year. Oh, my junior year, and then I retook it online and failed it again. I still graduated though. But I was not good. And then my college algebra. I mean, my first two college classes were lower math classes, but they were really good. I think the one that I took at 7 a.m. made me realize I'm never taking a 7 a.m. class again. But it wasn't that bad. Pissed me off that the football player next to me just was asleep the whole time, and I'm like, okay, you could have given this spot to somebody else because you're definitely not passing this class. But once I got to college algebra, I almost didn't pass. I got a C. But the lady was not native English speaker, which is completely fine. But she pronounced things a little bit differently to where I couldn't fully understand it. So I was there just like, I don't know what you're saying to me. I don't understand math, and now I don't understand you. So was that night class? Intro to criminal justice. Ooh. That sounds like fun. All of my night classes usually ended up being art history, especially when I went to my 4-year university. I was decent at sociology and humanities. Humanities, I was brilliant at once I got to college. History in high school, I don't actually remember. I don't remember half of my shit from high school, like if I did good or bad. So there's that. I don't know if that's good or bad that I don't remember it. Also, that wasn't that bad of driving. It was pretty comfy.
Yeah? I killed it out there.
Sure did.
Did I kill it out there?
We just witnessed the dawn of a racing legend.
If you say
I'm
so.
a racing legend.
There's no doubt in my mind you'll be the first to win the grand prize.
What the fuck was that noise in the game?
What is this grand prize anyway?
I'll think of something, mate. None of my drivers have gotten to the point where I could actually reward
Why does that sound like a
with the
spitter
grand
from Left 4
prize.
Dead?
Funny, eh?
Wait, you mean none of your drivers ever made it to the end?
It wasn't that
One
hard of it.
chickened out before the last race, another accused me of bilking him, so I sent him off on his merry way. And the third, well, you found what was left of him. Anyway, I'll get to work on the next stage. Wait to hear from me, mate.
Yeah, I will.
What the fuck was
Mate.
that gargling noise?
Hey, Travis, I've got an idea. For what?
Mochi, why was there just a gargling noise?
Oh, yeah? What is it?
I'm so disturbed by that. Is there a gargling zombie somewhere around here? That hay bale just moved. Oh. Oh. Mochi just laid on my wrist. There we go. Like, I don't remember actually how to play this game. Search the body! Can I take that? Damn, it's a nice soap dispenser. Oh, are you alive? Not anymore. Dude, me too. Me too to what? I'm stupid. Oh, is this the one that had a little code in it? I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it is! No, it's not. So I'm pretty sure the safe was like in here. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Oh, I didn't take this. Newspaper. Global relief effort joins forces with the Baron Fisher amid Huron virus outbreak. That's crazy. The doc? Ah, okay. I'm like, wait, what are you saying? Me too. Honey! We got honey, Mochi! We got honey! This is Sonic. Oh, it's really bright coming out here. I think I really missed, at my community college, the sociology class I took there, because my professor was so freaking cool. There's a piece of hair that is attached to my glasses. Hold those, Mochi. Thank you. Attached to my glasses, but it was on my nose. It's Sonic Racing! I really want to play Sonic Racing so badly. Sonic Racing! Oh, I get a free car? Let's go loot the area. I think around here was... There's ruins that I need. Sonic Racing! Second copy. There is a second copy? Wait, who? Oh, who's the bitch ass? Oh, Jesus. Sorry, I stepped on you. Sorry, my guys. I'm sorry. Who's the second person who owns it? Truth be told, I want to buy a copy so that we can get everybody to play it. We have 2 copies of Hades too. 2. Because Steven bought me a copy of it, but now we don't have to fight over it. Oh my god! Okay, go to with the sauce. Okay. Fuck yeah. So we just need to collect more copies of it. But I do have a chance to play it at least. Oh, there we go. Hi, Games. How are you? I do wish I could stand now, but unfortunately I have a cat on me, so now I can't. Oh. That felt so personal. What the hell is that? Is that about to explode? I don't know why I tested it with my face. I can't run. I don't know why I tested a landmine with my face. That should hurt. Okay. Oh my god, can I explode? Oh my god. Oh. Still some? Yes, there is. Somebody fall down there, please. Oh, no, not me! Not me fall down there. Please, fall. I missed him. I unfortunately killed them all. Well, none of them set off any of those things. I guess that one set off. What if I just throw a freaking grenade down there? Oh no, that's gonna bring me towards it. Sorry, Mochi. Let me see. That was the wrong ammo, apparently. Crossbow bolt. I see. Different ammo, did not know. Oh, that was pretty aggressive. You know, I think I can clear it with this one. Yeah. Happy. Oh my god, that was a freaking flashbang. Oh, I can pick up my little... Oh, lavender. Time to crawl. Oh. Oh. Somebody's definitely dead there. Inferno. Oh, it's the fire one. Oh, landmine. I need to sneeze, and that's fine, but my cat's gonna be upset. I'm sorry, Mochi. I needed to sneeze. She almost fell off my desk. Sorry, girly. I just needed to sneeze. Come here. That was an awful sneeze. That actually hurt. Oh, that's probably my allergies. What? Oh, this is G. It's Miku and Tato. Man, I love Teto so much. Goodbye. I feel like you can't hear anything. There we go. There should be a farm somewhere. What's up here? We haven't really ran up here at all. Let's see what we can find. Can we steal the pillows? Oh. Oh. That was pretty damn aggressive. Spitting at me. There you are. How fucking rude. You're just spitting at me. A rock. Oh. That was quite rude of you, Mochi. I'm sorry that I woke you up. I had to sneeze. Oh, I think that's a wall. Oh, is this the edge of the map? think this is officially... Yep. Okay. So that's as far as I can go that way. I don't have the, housing here. Let's just walk this way. Let's explore a little bit. And we'll end up at the mission. Oh. Yeah, I have found the edge of the map. It's like we're running through the forest. We are, most literally. Oh. Can I fly? Oh, I'm flying! Oh, I'm gonna run out of trees. Ow. Is that a car I can steal? Oh, what happened right here? You can't fool me. You're not allowed to take naps. I can't take a nap during a zombie apocalypse. Neither can you. Oh, I hit her in the leg. Ooh, sorry, my dudes. No legs. No legs. No. Ow. Oh, I never hit it in time. No legs. No legs. Oh. Okay, kick them to death. Oh, yeah, I need to fix this. Oh, everything's right. Oh. Just half a person. Sorry. Cut them in half. Oh, is this gonna have a little, mother protect thy child, or grandmother? Watch over as the faceless shall. The faceless shall never forget about their mother. Interesting. Sorry, I'm taking all of her flowers. I wish we could take, I didn't search you. Take the notes. Because then I never know if I have read them or not. Oh, a dead body. Well, that's interesting. The little grave. Well, is that where I've been? Yeah. Let's go on a drive then. Go drive around the town. There we go. There has to be a camera view somewhere. This place seems kind of interesting. Oh! Well, goddamn! Hello, what you guys got going on here? Oh my god! Fucking zombie jumping at us. Oh, the story quest is right there. Crazy. Well, let's go do that. It's like right down this road. Oh, what did I hit? A stump. Are we winning? I think we are. I don't know where I'm meeting for this. Literally right here. Oh, is the other car? Oh, was I meeting Olivia again? Yeah, in the middle of nowhere. Oh! Can you get out of the car, dude? Oh, we are winning, Junior. We are. Look at this. This lady's been sitting here
made
for...
it in one piece.
I don't know how long.
So what's this new information you found?
This might be hard for you to hear.
Oh no, it's just,
Well,
it's silly music.
just say it.
I didn't know this until now, but it looks like my father was the one who brought you to the Baron.
Okay.
What?
But he didn't bring you here to torture you. He brought you here to help you.
Well, I guess the Baron had other ideas.
I'm sure
Yeah, the
my
Baron's
father
bitch.
wanted nothing to do with any of that.
Yeah. But he still brought me to the Baron.
Not
Yeah, he's still a
voluntarily.
bitch.
I told you.
So, how was your dad's research project?
You were infected, but sentient. Part volatile, part human.
Ew,
My dad
I'm part
managed to restore
volatile.
your humanity. At least on the outside. Inside, you were something else entirely. The Baron wanted to replicate that. Replicate you. The Chimeras were his attempt at that. To genetically engineer the perfect predator. But one he could control. But Chimeras weren't his only goal. Camilo's area of research was another. Telepathic communication and mind control.
So what's this twisted motherfucker's endgame? What does he hope to gain?
I don't know. But we need to find out.
I'm so curious.
It doesn't
It's like,
matter.
what
Maybe
the
all
fuck?
that matters is ending him. You find any more
Yeah.
chimeras for me?
All the data pointed me here. To the Baron's latest creation.
I'll let you know when it's done.
Okay.
You get to safety.
Sorry, ma'am. I almost just accidentally went to go fight it. Why did my car just teleport in? Mochi, what are you doing? Hi, welcome back. Come over here. Not you. Hi, Mochi. Ow. Rude. Don't do that. I wasn't talking to you, sir. Oh. Okay, find Chimera. Oh, are we gonna be fighting in a cage like this? Hey. Oh, okay, fine. I think I want to go in there. I think I want in there. Oh. They're falling. Sorry, guys. I hope you can get out of that. Oh. I have beast mode. Okay, so I can't slip through that. Oh. The Baron's Men. This place is so, like, overgrown, but in a pretty way. Oh, it's a tape. I haven't listened to a single one of those. Can I go swimming? No. There's no water in it. Can I kill him? Well, I can, but it wasn't fast enough. I wanted to snap his neck. Okay, that's nothing I wanted you to do, sir. Oh, that glass is really strong. Okay, back to the searching. Yeah, see, he's right there. Oh, am I supposed to go to that? Excuse me. Oh, welcome back, Miss Mochi. Someone mentions Taco Bell. Oh, I'm supposed to press F. I'm stupid. Just the beast mode activates for Taco Bell. You're so real for that. I don't know what this one's gonna be. Oh, is it poisonous? Oh, is it stinky? Oh, he's stinky. Uh-oh. Oh, stinky.
Ready to race again? I set up checkpoints where them rich blokes used to live. So I call this stage Le Mans Shot.
The villa area, huh?
Oh my god, I was like, who the fuck is talking?
And good luck.
Oh, he is straight up stinky. Oh my god. Oh, good heavens. Hey, we're gonna... I don't have any medkits. I don't have any medkits. Oh my god. I don't like the music. Ow. Okay, okay. he's stinky. Oh, not you. You stop it. Oh, so scary. Okay. Oh, this is about to die. Repair. My last repair. Come on. Yeah, hit your own friends. Ah. You hit your own friend, loser. Oh, not me. Oh god. I don't know what I expected there. Oh, oh. Ow! I don't even think I can finish him off this. How much? Oh, let's just take care of these guys. Oh my god! Ew. He hit a wall. Loser. Oh, not loser. I'm sorry. I won't call you names. Ow. Oh, I'm stinkified. Ow. Stop hitting me. God, he's running at me. Drink some more juice. Oh, ow! That was rude. Sorry, sir. I had to jump away from him. Oh. Yeah, hit your friends. Hit your friends. Oh my god. Don't hit me, please. I'm just a young boy. Oh! Oh my god. Honk. Did I kill that man? I didn't kill that one though. Okay. Please. Yay! Ew, what's this one? Oh! So no head? So no head. His head is obliterated. It's gone. That's what I did. I should have brought out my baseball bat. I brought out that was my scooter handle. With all the blood covering him still. I don't know how much of this game we have left, I'll be honest. Oh.
Done.
Someone needs help. But... every single beast ability.
Now it's time to take down Daddy.
You do realize that these monsters share more DNA with you than the Baron.
Now these aren't my babies.
Yeah, also, what?
These are his murderous nightmares, and it's time for him to pay.
You think you're ready?
I better be. Because we're only gonna have one shot at this.
Anyways, yo,
The
what are you...
rangers tell me the Baron is using something to make the infected even
Doc?
more dangerous. So,
Oh.
be extra careful out there.
Kyle, it's Lydia. Remember the samples you got us?
What?
We ran some tests, and they look promising. Meet us at the gardener's cottage in the old park near the psychiatric hospital.
Oh.
We'll brief you.
There's so many things I feel like I still need to do in this. Let's go finish off that driving one. Do I have to do that one? I don't really. Oh, I'm still locating it. Track the quest. Where's the other one? There. Know the better? That's suspicious. Oh my gosh. Okay. Oh, I'm gonna run out of gas. I'm gonna go into the water. Oopsie. Oh. A little bit of a hill there.
I captured another conversation. Sounds like the Baron is personally overseeing some kind of test. Listen.
I want to see how they perform. Observe closely and report any anomalous behavior.
What the hell is he up to?
Don't know. But whatever it is, it can't be good.
Did that door open for a second? I feel like so much is happening in the game now. Well, let's race. Oh, it's raining during the race. Okay. Oh, the water's so hard to drive through. Do I get points for driving through zombies? Excuse me, pardon me, zombies. I'm just here to race. That's it. And run you over. That's a tree! Ah, that was the first bad turn I had. I feel like this is a very slow race. Oh, that's gonna kill time for me. I guess I don't really care. How long is this one? Can I go up that? That was a horrible idea. I don't know why I thought I could go up that. I said I'm just gonna go straight through. That's all that matters. Oh my god, this one feels so much longer than the other one. No, 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 no. Okay, well, I fucked up the time now. I fucked up the time with that. So cool. No, you're so cool. I hope you all are so well. I love you guys, and I like playing my silly little games for you guys. I say this zombie game has turned into a racing game. Where's the finish line? Hey, so I am going off the edge, but it's okay. Oh, I just bet if I didn't fuck up on that one corner. No, you're so cool, Quiet.
Well done, mate. I made a bloody shitload off those last bets.
Yeah, thanks for my share.
Next
Did I
stage
not
will be
get
ready
any?
soon enough.
Mr. Crane, do you not demand any money from him? Are there any goodies in here? Turn on. Oh, okay. The fuck up, bro? This is a little guy. How about you choose? I hope everybody's well. I hope you all are well. That is all I wish for. Bing, bang, bing, bang, bing, bang, bing, bang. Yippee! Who wants it on turn off? I can rip you in half too. Yippee, yippee, yippee. Oh, you want some? Okay. Oh, ooh, I electrified y'all. Not really sorry. Oh, I could do that? Phew! Yay. Sorry, ma'am. Oh. It is dying and I'm playing my favorite game with my favorite person. Oh, what game are you guys playing? But fuck yeah, that's all that matters. Internet may be dying, but you're still gaming. Right there? No. Oh, I haven't made any in so long. I must made it. Far too many. Oh, fuck yeah. Okay, so Pokemon. Fuck yeah, you two have a good time then. Oh, it's happening right there. There was a lot of zombies just waiting outside. Oh, and above. They really want inside this place. Okay, so you're alive still. Not anymore, though. Actually. Fuck you, chicken strips. Oh, need a key, but I opened it already. Like, I feel like I haven't collected everything in this game. It can't possibly end. Now it's less sketchy. I'm still suspicious of what you've done. Or what you were doing. I wish I could just, like, rip these open. That'd be cool. Oh. Huh? I was right there. Bing, bong, bang. Oh, you're dead. You're dead. I wonder where this key goes to. Like, is it just the door? Feels like I should go to more. Bing, bang. It's like, I could just crawl back to the other place? Bro's beast in it? Ibuprofen it? Bro's beast in it? Bro's beast in it. So shut the fuck up. I'm gonna shut the fuck up. I wanna play Warframe, Jordy! I wanna play Warframe! I needed to come out of the phone right meow. Hi, Jordy. They're really angry. Well, I'm shopping, okay? They can wait. Literally shopping. Doesn't play Warframe. What'd you say we'll play? I know! I didn't play Warframe yesterday! I had so much time yesterday! I could have finished the new war. I could have, but did I? No! Oh. Why are you in the rack, sir? Sorry. Didn't mean to place you there. Yippee. 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 More bodies to loot? I might watch One Piece later. And play Warframe. Ooh. Aspuffrin. Sorry, don't ignore how I said that. I didn't say it right on purpose. Oh, hello. Oh. Oh my good heavens. Well, I'm doing fine. I don't know about these zombies, but yeah, I'm doing good. How are you today? That was pretty crazy. So everybody gather here. Let me hit you in the leg. Explode you. Never know. I'm so curious though. Okay, put you in here. Oh, let me just put the goop. Eepy, real as hell, real as hell. Hopefully you get some, I almost said soup, some good sleep later. Or now. I don't know what time it is for you. And I don't know if you've been needing to get sleep soon or not. And hopefully you get some good sleep eventually. Oh. You can't get me if I'm climbing. You absolutely can. I feel like there's more to it here. Get off of here. My cat's snoring. Let's kick. Okay. Come on, soup. I love soup. We love soup. We love soup. Okay, so she's dead now. What's over there? Ooh, oh, that's one that I've beaten. Exactly. My music's just kind of laying. I kind of want to go do this place. Yeah, let's go do that place. Let me grab a car. And we'll have a quick little drive over. Excuse me. Sorry. Please don't hit my car. They're so rude. They're trying to hit my car, bro. Oh, excuse me, dude. Pardon me. Me too quiet. That's how I be feeling. It's spinning. I think I want to try to beat this game today. I say I think because it feels like it's about to end. We've collected all the Chimera parts, but I also feel like that was so short. I say this, we have been playing this for a while. But like, I don't think I have any other side quest I can do besides the racing one. I feel like there wasn't that many side quests. There's a lot of like looting places. But like, oh, get that sign. Oh, excuse me, dude. Sorry. Oh, excuse me. What's there? Oh, just got an achievement for hitting so many zombies with the car. I have an idea. Yes. Hit them with your car. I am. Oh, we're here. Park that like that. Then we're gonna run for our fucking life. We turned them into zombie soup. Zombie soup. Time to draw soup as zombie. Okay, so we need to figure this out. Oh, there's another car here. What's this? Ah. They're really trying to get up here. They're gonna turn into zombie soup down there. With how they're failing to climb? Can I climb this? I never know with Crane anymore. I don't want to run too fast. Can you? Okay. Please, Crane. Can I cheat my way up? I can't. Okay, there's a lot of you here. Excuse me, pardon me. Okay. Wow. Maybe if I told you I'm an expert at telling things in a believable way, I would believe you. Sure. Be beasting it all up. Crane be beasting it. Crane? I thought he was grabbing it for a second.
bastard! Hydrant!
I don't want to. Oh! Why the fuck did he not grab that? I swear, I have beef with Crane so much.
Hydrant, you bastard! Hydrant!
Tell me you grab the stupidest shit when I don't want you to, but then when you need to grab a clear bar, you don't grab it. Okay, that one was my fault. I mean, I still will blame him. Excuse me, pardon me, jumping jacks on top of zombies. Hello, princess. That's what I fucking get. I hello princess the game and it closed itself. I hello princess the game and it closed itself. It fucking just closed itself. Anyways, I'll hydrate now, I guess. I'm not doing any jumping jacks. Yeah, rip to the game. It's fucking dead. Couldn't handle it, my fucking immense wits, princess. I know I described this more earlier, but I swear to God, bro, doing a Brooklyn accent is so funny because unfortunately my brain has the princess meme stuck in it. And the way that you say W in like that sort of accent is so funny to me because if I trip up 1 second and put an L word into a sentence, I may or may
Took down
not
another
have
chimera.
a 50-50.
Found out that Olivia's father was the one who handed
Oh,
me over to
please,
the
for the love
Baron.
of God. Don't tell me. I have a 50-50 chance of turning that L into a normal like.
You're up again. The old town...
Oh, thank God. Okay. Or I might say like. I might say like, or I might say like. Like princess. It's time to go to Brooklyn, princess. Did you get the photo of me? Real as hell. Real as hell. Have an actual photo. I don't. That sounds so... That sounds so weird. Where's the energy? Oh yeah. Okay, okay. So I just have to walk myself all the way back.
awaits. Narrow streets, tight corners, and no way to avoid those rotting fucks. Wham!
Where did he put that Grand Prix? Where did he put that Grand Prix?
Bam! Slam! Limbs flying! Heads splattering! Blood!
Oh, this is not how I wanted to go down this.
Okay, okay. I get the picture, Jesus.
Excuse me, zombies. Where? Oh my God, he put it all the way over there? Okay, so we're gonna get this first. Excuse me, zombies. Excuse me, pardon me. Sorry to that one zombie. I just stomped the fuck out of his head. Somewhere around here was that farm that I need to go to loot as well. And I have to walk my ass all the way over there? Excuse me. I can't believe the game fucking just closed itself. Ooh, what's this house? Why is this house so fancy? What you got in here? Why are you so rich and fancy? Excuse me, pardon me. Oh, okay. Can I get inside? I don't think I can actually get inside here. So... I'm sorry, I held W for a second and he started going backwards. Crane, I'm concerned for you today. Ow, my ankles. Ow. Is this turned on? It is. Oh, no. No, Mr. Crane, that's not what I wanted you to do. I literally wanted you to jump up. Okay, cool. I did hit my toesies. Well, we're back to climbing again. Oh, hold on. I want your stuff. You have good loot. No. Okay. Okay, Crane, can you take out the fucking weapon? I hate that crossbow and I really should get rid of it. Because the animation for it fucks up a whole bunch of stuff. Bonk. Okay. Hey! Who the fuck hit me? Oh, he was on the floor. No wonder I didn't see him. I just wanted that one zombie, bro. Literally that zombie. I can see who I can loot. Okay. That's it. Let's go climb. That's it. I'm fucking losing it. Sorry, zombie. You were my jump pad. I guess I'll actually take this slow so that Crane can make sure he hits the marks. No, climb to the other side, sir. Please, thank you. Yippee. I'm actually gonna climb up. Okay. Okay, where am I going? Oh, please! Okay, okay. First part, done. We now have a ladder. Now if I fall from this height, we may be in a lot more trouble. I may hurt my ankles a lot more. So I'm gonna need you to be very careful, Crane. Oh, I see. That was very ballsy. Are you comfy, Mochi? Just suddenly just sprawled out all over my desk. Oh, hey! No. Bye! Bye! Off you go! Bye! Oh. Ah. Ah. Yippee! I get kicked off the other two. Let's do this before I forget. So that I have an easy access up. Okay. Drink my juice. Drink my juice. Oh, good lord. I thought I heard her, but I didn't know where she was. She got the shit out of me, bro. She came out of nowhere. Oh, should I have opened this? Yeah, I probably should have. Oh well. Open sesame. Oh, I guess I didn't need to bring it in here. Guess I will just collect everything. Snowball. Snowball launcher. Oh, hold on. fucking killed myself. I don't know why I'm about to do that again. Okay, the ladder, idiot. Okay, that's a safe height. F. Think you ready for the takedown? I think I am. I think you're right, Junior. I think you're entirely correct. I am in fact ready for that takedown. Should I have to climb all the way up again? Not ready for this take up. What about the take out? That will be in my head all day. Good, as it should be. It's a good song. To turn on, save power. Oh, it's inside. And now it is safe, and I have a bed here. Now, let's loot this place. What's this one? King Solomon's Mines? Worth searching, but nobody's looted them. Maybe we'll find something. Or, ooh. Oh, so this is nearby here. I wish to sit. My ankle kind of hurts. This is just very problematic. I have a cat resting on me. Oh my god, okay. Balancing a cat while I... Put the desk down, so funny. Name to... What have you done at work? That's very suspicious of you, sir. Nothing over here. What's up there, though? There's... What the fuck are you doing at work, my dude? It's a tiny little ladder. We are not jumping. I'm gonna accidentally jump and then jump off. What is that one? Can I grapple onto anything? Don't do it. Don't do it. Just climb back up. Yeah, you have been playing Stardew Eternal. How's it been going? Are you playing on a solo one or with some peoplers? Oh god, I'm breaking the game. The game doesn't really like working right. Meow. Won't lie. Actually, I'm not gonna lie, I kind of want to go back up again. Oh, thank god I can do that. Okay. Just meant for me at the moment. Okay, okay. I just like you playing with people. Fucking barons. That's the barn. Actively the barn I would like to go to. Zip line across. Is there anything over here? I think I've gone just about everything. Like, not everything in the game, but like marked. Yeah. Damn! Damn quiet. Okay. Okay. Fuck him up. Who's... Oh, it seems like it's home. Nobody's home. Is my dad going outside? How long is... Okay. I really want to adjust how I'm sitting, but I don't think I can. Because if I do that, I think Mochi might leave. Oh, I just slammed into that song. And you go, I know, but like, what the fuck are you doing? Yeah. Unpowered. I can fix that. Let's see, what's that? You only got one leg. Can I open that though too? No. I miss Alien Isolation. I won't lie. Open! What we got? What we got? Oh. Can I explode that? Extra. Yeah, so that's gonna... Oh. Does it go off periodically? Okay. Mochi, now is not the time to try to hold my hand. Ooh. Did I get throwable landmines? What's this one? Transcription of interrogation, the idiot. Brzakov? Brzakov! Didn't bring a recorder, so we had to write down whatever this motherfucker orange... This motherfucker orange sings. Then we'll broadcast it to the radio. First of all, his name is Mr. Orange. It's Arthur. It isn't Mr. Orange. It's Arthur Thunderball. He has helped Adrian, Kermo, Martin Stones. Okay. Plan to spread a hefty bag of dirty... Oh. They plan a revenge? They're planning a revenge. Apparently, we erased their families during a raid. Oh. We attached... Oh my god! We attached a battery to Arthur's balls and he sang it all. Now we have to find the rest of his dickheads and close the case. They attached it to his balls? Oh! Oh, these are the cards. Those are the other ones that they buried, I'm pretty sure. Interesting. 6. We're just going through the whole album, I won't lie. Mainly because, it's just not my like songs. That poor guy, I'm just like reading, like, okay, interesting. Oh, and they attach it to his ball. Okay. I am actively sitting, but I want to shift. But if I shift, There's a car battery to the man. Yes, would you like me to read the note again, Kai? Hold on, we can go back for round 2. We attached a battery to Arthur's balls. And he sang it all. We attached a battery to Arthur's balls. As a restatement, hear you for the whole class, Arthur's balls were attached to the battery. His balls, not just one. They said 2. And then I did in fact go to look at the body to see if I could see it attached to his balls. I cannot, but he is in fact dead. So yeah. Roasted chestnuts a whole new level. It in fact does. He was in fact a roasted chestnut. Can in fact say that there was a lot of electricity down here, so he's been roasting for quite some time. So I think he might be a little burnt, not gonna lie, but you know, they attached the battery to Arthur's balls. To his balls, if anybody was confused. For any confusion in the chat, it was attached to his balls. His real life balls. Yeah. Damn, my balls hurting thinking about Damn. My balls. Pizza? Oh, they have the crabs. Okay. Sorry, Mochi. She didn't want... Okay. Besides this, I have located, I think, everything? I mean, I probably didn't explore all that. Every man's balls hurts in pain as we thought about the 1,000 balls. Yeah. Sorry, that was a weird hiccup burp. Everybody's in pain for Arthur's balls. Not gonna lie, I drank that weird. And that hurt. I kind of want to close my window a little bit. Because it's very... Ah! It's exactly how you should feel for his balls. Exactly. Hi, Mochi. She looked at me in disappointment, like, where are you going, mother? Sorry. I had to go close the window I opened for you, and then you decide to lay on me. I miss everybody. I hope you're all well. Sorry. I don't know how to play this game now because Mochi laid down. We're gonna do this one while we go around and loot. I think I need to build some better weapons too. No lie. Can I repair this? I think I should just... Because I have better ones. Let's change that for like this one. Oh, I have a level 14 bat. Yeah, we're gonna dismantle that one. Blunt force trauma. With a little bit of a lucky charm. That's my lucky charm. Oh my god, I actually would like to skip to these. Man with X. Do I want... I actually want Yoho. Okay, so we'll try that. That should be a better weapon. Ow, stop hitting me! Stop hitting me! No ankles. Have you thought about... No. Okay, okay. Why is everybody beating me up? Who needs my help over here? Oh my god, Mochi, please. Bombed the hell out of those guys. I'm sorry. come here, Mochi. I just exploded those guys. I just exploded them. Here's something at a car battery attached to their balls. Yes, Arthur's balls were in fact attached to a car battery. No cap, no lie. We all witnessed it. Oh, can't put it back up. There we go. Oh, so yeah, I can raise that lower. Freaking killed all of them. Killed all of them. Yay! Oh, is it caps lock? No, it's not caps lock. It's N. 1800, okay. I still have time. 1900 is when it beeps. But then I think I have 2 hours after that until it actually is fully dark with volatiles. Excuse me. Pardon-moi. I think I should do the main story. 'Cause I think that's on the way.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
Hydrate? But what if I don't want to? Quiet? I will. But what if I don't want to? What if I say no? What if I lie? Oh! Sorry, zombie. I didn't mean to ram into that one.
This better be worth it.
What's going on here?
Who is that? Subject identified!
Lock this.
Oh, he's dead. Oh, get off of my roof. I want nothing to do with y'all. I was just here. You got any good loot in there? Ow. How are you even in there, zombie? Okay. Can I take any of... Oh, if we're by here, there's loot somewhere here. But also the sun's going down, so that's quite scary. I wonder if it was... Excuse me. It was like one of these. It had the broken fence, like in the picture. I don't know. Oh, there's people in that one too. This is that old lady's house. Very cute, very demure. Let's go past her husband's grave. It should still have the rose. Why, yes. So cute. Okay, now we run. Because the sun's going down! Oh my god, I used all of my explosives. Ow. Is this the bridge that I heard stuff underneath? I wonder. Oh, please, game. There's the Baron's house. I wonder how his... oh. Yep, 1900. Oh, let me out. Oh, zombies. We got a long run. We have nothing really to, like, fly on. Yeah, I have nothing to fly on. Are they by a... Not really. They are not. Yippee! I'll just go up. I'll just sleep until the next day. No, Crane, I want you to go up. I didn't want you to look. Resources? Resources. Resources. wait till next morning. Because I don't want to be out with volatiles. They're scary. I feel like the game's almost over, but I don't know.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
Hydrate? What if I tell you no? I wouldn't. But what if?
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
Little old me, I would never tell you no, little old you. To my little old bear. This does make up for me not really drinking water yesterday. I love my silly little bear. And my city little guys. Fuck you. Fuck you.
Hydrate, you
Fuck
bastard!
you.
Hydrate!
Fuck you. Fuck you. That's not to any of you guys, okay? Have you considered oh.
We're learning more and getting closer. Keep your eyes wide open.
Ma'am, there's a lot of men with guns right in front of me. I will not lie. Can I make those? No, I can't, but I can make my favorite ones. We're gonna go back to inventory, and then we switch this to these ones, and we switch this to that one.
We don't know who else might be tied to the Baron. I believe in you, but be careful.
Oh, oh my god, crane. Sideways. Side swipe. The bitch. Side swipe the bitch. You do? I love my silly little guys, okay? I'm gonna fucking lose my mind. Mochi, I can't see shit right now. You're sitting right where I need to see you. I swear to fucking God. Why train shit at fighting now? God damn. I love and appreciate you so much. I love and appreciate you so much. Okay. Can you sit? I guess we're gonna sit here and wait to see what she decides. Guess I'll sit normal. Okay, now you're gonna run away. Because I shifted again. My bad, G. I'm sorry. Did I explode everybody?
Show yourself.
Bonk. Quiet, quiet. Take his ankles out. His ankles, Crane. Crane fucking hit his ankles. Fuck you. Oh my good heavens. Drink. Oh, that's a sniper! I'm gonna lose my mind with these zombies. Yippee! I love and appreciate my silly little guys. Stop attacking me. Yeah. Can I rip you apart? Can I rip you apart, please? Please, can I rip you apart? Please, can I rip one of you apart? Please, can I rip one of you apart? Please. Yeah! I gotta rip one of them apart. No, you're so cool. Have you ever thought about that? You being so cool. Shape just had to show. Oh my fucking God. Leave me the fuck alone! Okay. Oh my fucking god! Crane sucks ass, bro. I hate this man. I have so much beef with this man. Safety said not allowed. Crane takes so long to fucking swing. Yes, I'm the one in control, but I will blame Crane. Sometimes it is an actual Crane fault. Jesus Christ. Also, stop breaking the law. I did explode a lot of peoples. Don't touch me, ma'am. Don't touch me, ma'am. Don't touch me. I'm just here to pick up my snack packets, okay? That's it. Just here for my snack packets. That's y'all. That's y'all. That's all. Nah. Nah. 1, 2, 3. Last one over here too. Hello? What are you, a cop? No, I'm Crane. No, I'm just Crane. I don't know what Crane was doing there, actually. Who the fuck touched me? I don't like that. I have had it up to here with these fucking zombies. I swear to God. I actually don't know how many I have of these keys. I just want loot for no reason. Truth be told. Oh my god, shotgun ammo. I need more. I've killed a couple of them over here. Feels like I did at least. They may have not. Hello, do we have any more military men of which who I can murder? Or not. Fuck you in particular. Any military zombies over here? Oh, you broke a fence. Quite rude of you. Jumped right over him. None of y'all. I need to stop pressing space. I forget he doesn't do well with that. Is she up here? Oh. Oh, okay, I'll go through the back door. Hello? Posture check? Honestly, I'm sitting pretty nicely. I'm very chilly. I'm not very comfy today.
Good, you're here. I've had my first infusion and feel stronger already.
Please, take it easy. We need to do this incrementally.
I'm not tripping, the Lord.
This
Do not
works,
worry.
additional infusions
Very
could
uncomfy.
potentially
It probably will
increase
be a
your
normal
power
short.
exponentially.
Oh my god, that's really bright. Short stream today. Which sucks because I would like to stream longer. But I think because my little brain is slightly off still. Who the fuck is that?
See that building?
Losing their mind right
It's
there.
an old psychiatric hospital. One of the few that hasn't been looted
Wait,
yet.
go back. Who was that
Aren't
zombie?
you showing me this because...
For Lydia to
Yes.
reach her full potential, she needs a drug that's kept in that hospital's medical storage room.
And you
Oh,
want me to
okay.
go get this drug?
We have no one else who can pull this off. No one else
Crane
with
do
your
that.
skill set.
Crane do this.
Seriously. I just got back from a volatile nest and now you want to send me on another suicide mission?
Relax. If Lydia's abilities work, you'll be fine.
If they work?
I'll be with you every step of the way.
Will you?
Wait, you're coming with me?
Not physically. Telepathically.
No one ever joins.
Lydia has
Crane.
developed the ability to influence the minds of the infected.
I would be careful
Seriously?
with that.
We've completed a few very promising tests, but I think we're ready for the next big step.
But you're ready. Yeah, this is all great in theory, but can we really trust this?
That's why we're here. This is just the beginning, Kyle. That's why we need you to find that drug. For now, our influence may be somewhat limited. So please, try not to bump into one.
Oh, right, great. Thanks for the heads up.
It's gonna require a lot of concentration, and it's rather exhausting. So Camilo will be on the radio, and I'll focus on the infected.
All right.
Woohoo, the radio!
Kyle, are you ready?
Nope, not at all.
Oh.
But fuck it, let's give it a shot.
Me as hell, Mr. Crane. Yeah, what zombie is right there losing their mind?
Okay, avoid contact.
Yeah, why is...
Steer clear of volatiles.
Oh, I don't like those. Okay. Oh, this is very weird. I'm so glad I didn't do this at night. Sorry, taking your cigarettes, sir. I really want to kill all the zombies. I'm honestly too scared to run. This is so weird. Can I go into this way now? Yay, so I can get in here now. Not me earlier trying to get in here. Oh. Why is she like speaking in tongues? Turn off your light, bitch.
Okay, they're not attacking. Looks like it's working.
Don't get too close to them, though. They might still snap out of it.
Oh.
Could have told me that earlier, Doc, but good to know. I'll keep my distance.
Yeah. There's a lot happening.
All right. Any idea how I can find the medication storage room?
Yeah.
The storage room.
Look for a sign that says medication storage.
Wow. Wow. Lydia wasn't kidding. You really are a genius.
I think I hate this game. Oh, how do I find the medication storage room? Oh, look for the medication storage room. I hate this game so much. That was the stupidest shit ever. What's this? Subject Kurt? Responsive. The subject was planned in isolation for 72 hours without stimuli to explore the limits of the human mind's ability to cope with sensory deprivation. The results were as anticipated. The patient began to exhibit severe dissociative behavior within 36 hours. By hour 50, auditory hallucinations were evident, and the subject expressed a desire for self-harm, which was permitted under supervision. Damn. The desired result, complete loss of self-identity, was achieved within 64 hours. Outcome, patient terminated via voluntary self-mutilation. What the fuck? Leaving after because I be at the money of the rat. Rip. Rip at being the money at the right. It'd be that way. Okay, so I need to go that side, but I guess I'm walking this way. I feel scared, so I am going to take. Oh, we're just gonna take the whole picture. So we gotta get this second floor. So I entered here. I entered here. So I need the other side, but we'll loot this side. See if we can find stuff. I'm not gonna lie, Cranes, you can tear somebody's body in half. You could open that door. I don't want to go through that one. I don't like this. Such a fun game. Such a fun game. Such a good time.
Camilo, Block B is locked down.
Most psychiatric hospitals use electromagnetic locks for safety, but they don't work without power.
Great, so now I have to turn on the power?
I'm afraid so. The electrical panel is probably in the basement.
Of course it is.
Oh, I woke them up. I woke them up. Walking away, walking away. So sorry, not disturbing you. Walking away, going, leaving, running, sprinting. Running, sprinting, walking faster. Not gonna hit him in the head. Not gonna hit him in the head. Not gonna hit him in the head. Excuse me, pardon me, excuse me, pardon me, excuse me. Okay. I didn't like the noise that that one made. Brother, that thing hissed at me.
Shit.
Brother, what the fuck is that? Oh, it's a straight volatile!
What was that noise?
Relax, I'm fine. It was nothing.
Fine, but don't forget, they might...
Yeah, I know. They might snap out of it.
I just fucking ran for my life, bro. That's not very comforting. Excuse me, pardon me, excuse me, pardon me. I'm just trusting the system that it wants me to, like, complete this. So, obviously, I need to be down here. So, in some way, shape, or form, I can just walk past them. And it's okay. Even though my instincts tell me no, because they always want to kill me. Loot. Can I kill you? Can I kill you without you doing anything? You.
Shit!
I can't hold on! I'm losing them!
Oh, so I can't kill a single one? Did she lose control of all of them because I killed one? I just wanted this paper. I just wanted this paper. Eleanor Fisher. Oh, isn't that the Baron? You know the true story of the ancestor Eleanor Fisher, and this time you learned the world. Oh my god. I leave you not a danger, a dagger that ended her life, but also the knowledge. Eleanor Fisher was the greatest mind of our family has ever known. Her work, her dark science, must be continued. Ooh. Hey. Macho man. Oh, are you done, ma'am? I want to be a macho man. So I think I may have fucked this. So there's just a few out there. What if I, like, restart it? I don't want to have to deal with them. There's a lot of volatiles. Oh my god. I'm going to perish in this. That's so funny.
First floor, block B.
Okay, so first one, that's fucked up and evil. I just wanted this little trinket there, and I was too scared. Oh, Mochi, don't rub your face on that monitor. Please. The monitor will fall.
Camilo, block B is locked down.
Let's go get that painting.
Most psychiatric hospitals use electromagnetic locks for safety.
Excuse me, pardon me.
But they don't work without power.
I'm starting to
so now
sound
I
like
have to turn on
Alan,
the
which is
power.
completely okay, but I am
I'm afraid
scared.
so. The electrical panel is probably in the basement.
Of course it is.
He's gonna hiss at me, but it's okay. He's gonna hiss at me, but it's okay. He's not real. He's not real, okay?
Shit.
He's not real. You hear that? He is not real.
What was that noise?
That hissing is all
Relax,
fake.
I'm fine. It was nothing.
Fine, but don't forget, they might...
Yeah, I know. They might snap out of it.
I don't like having my light on because I feel like they will see me. Hey, that document's gone though. That means I have it in my archive. Excuse me, Martin. Okay, he was at the door, of which I need to. Okay, gets nervous, she gets hiccups. Sarah gets scared, she starts sounding like a... Hey, when I get super nervous and scared and anxious, and I feel like I'm going to die in a game, like an alien when I'm being chased, I will start burping. The Alan thing is new. I'm scared, he's breathing in my ear, he's breathing in my ear! Walk! Bitch, walk! Close that shit! Oh my god. I'll loot everything before I turn on this power, because I feel like it's gonna anger a lot of them. Could you move your tail? Oh! Oh, good heavens. Naked woman.
Camilo, I got the power on.
Good.
Okay.
And now look for a hospital employee and take their keycard. That should get you into Block B.
I hope the employee's dead. Okay. Oh, we got a note. Oh, this is a lovely note, everybody. Look how cute. Look how cute this little guy's note was. Rotten Angels, Streak of End. The hunger. The hunger are coming. So cute. You just dropped 12 frozen geodes. Ooh, damn, that's a good train drop. Oh my god. Oh my god. The work of a patient at St. Valentine Asylum. Couldn't tell. Couldn't tell. Oh, hey! Oh, are you the patient? Wonderful job. Huh. Okay, your tail is in the way, ma'am. Which way is he gonna go? Okay. Another note. Subject Han's artificial hormone injections were used to accelerate the body's production of adrenaline, heightening fear responses. The subject baseline was established before administering the cocktail of stimulants designed to overload the... Oh my god. Little cocktail. Quiet keeps calling me gay. See, Turnip, he may be right, but he doesn't need to say it. Doesn't need to call out my little bear like that. Subject. Wait, okay. Subject began to perceive a constant, unrelenting threats in his surroundings, leading to severe physical self-injury in the attempt to escape. Outcome: subject expired due to cardiac arrest. Well, yeah, buddy. You gave him so much. Oh, this is one of the other fishers. Oh, because this is the Baron Fisher. This is like the daughter, whoever it was they were talking about. Utilizing modern equipment, this subject endured 15 separate rounds of electroshock, each session exceeding normal voltage parameters. I do like that song, but I don't want it. We'll do with this. The objective was to determine if heightened electrical stimulation would accelerate the collapse of a cognitive function. By the 12th session, the subject exhibited complete neural disorganization, followed by violent seizures. Outcome: subject non-responsive post-session, categorized as vegetative. Monitoring terminated. Damn. Got about an hour left of work, then half a day tomorrow. Ooh, why did he crawl like that? Why'd he crawl like that? Fuck yeah, though. Also, yeah. These are pretty rough things. Oh, I still need
Shit,
the key.
I need to find that key card.
I know, I just need to test that. He's coming back and I'm scared of him. What's that on the floor? Excuse me, Crane, you crawled through that earlier. Why can't you crawl through it now? That's a stick. Oh, I see. Excuse me, pardon me. Making my way downtown. Oh, do you got anything? No, you don't. Okay. You can stay in there. Oh, this little guy. What were you doing in here? Okay, a note. Condition: terminated treatment. Oh, resistant depression, suicidal intention, forced isolation combined with. Oh, okay. Subject was placed in total sensory isolation. Oh, this is like the subject removed from isolation, terminated after neurological activity. This is like the other patient too. Anyways, give me your key. I hope you're that old man who's been doing all this experiments, and I hope you...
Got a key card. Heading back to Block B.
It's a nice room, though. Seems quite nice.
You could, hurry up.
Did he just tell me to hurry up?
I'm moving as fast as I can, Camilo.
Sorry, it's just really draining for Lydia. Don't know how much longer she can keep them under control.
Well, I'm in here doing all this work, okay? She signed up for that, buddy. Oh, is there a new volatile there? Okay, please, for the love of God, swipe. Okay, you stop walking. I'm like, she signed up for this. She can pay the consequences for signing up for her actions. Oh my god. Oh my god. You're not having to walk through here with all these freaking zombies. Okay. I think that's just drinks and stuff. Oh, open. Oh. Okay. Okay, another note. Subject was kept... Oh, good lord. Subject... Oh, condition schizophrenia. Okay. The subject was kept awake for a continuous period of 96 hours with the aid of... Oh. Okay, so with more stimulants. By the third day, auditory hallucinations were prominent, along with severe anxiety and a loss of coherent speech. On day 4, the subject cognitive decline, with accelerated, but administering a mixture of stimulants and hallucinogens, which led to visual and tactical hallucinations. Outcome, the patient exhibited signs of psychotic breakdown before undergoing convulsions. Subject declared brain dead shortly thereafter. They be doing some fucked up shit here. This is like Outlast.
Camilo, I found the storage room, but it doesn't have a card reader.
Area.
Is there a keypad on the wall with a touchpad?
Yeah.
That's a biometric reader. Used to limit access to storage rooms. You'll need the fingerprint of a doctor who had access.
Well, I'm seeing a list of authorized doctors here. Dr. Metzner,
Am I
Block B, Dr. Smith, Block B.
I guess you'll be looking in Block B for someone dead or undead in a lab coat.
Thank you, Dr. Obvious.
I'd start with the medical offices. They're usually downstairs.
Oh, good heavens. We're going back down? Okay, I'm just gonna freeball it. I'm just gonna freeball it. I absolutely hate this mission. Drop to the floor. Drop it like it's hot, okay, sir? Drop it like it's hot. What's here? I can't go in there. Positive thoughts only. Oh. I have to do this first. You heard it here first. After. Oh my god, his butt cheeks. Mochi, you can't talk to them. You can't talk to them, girlie. She's looking straight at the microphone. Okay. Jesus. Mochi, you don't have to run away every time. 18. The moment of admission. Damn. 2020. Been referred for further treatment in adult psychiatric hospital. Admission type planned. Interesting. She just stared at you guys. She didn't even say anything. Interesting. So we had young people coming in too. It kind of reminds me. Oh, this is an older lady. Oh my god, this is Iris. Wait. I need to go back to the other one. Episodic memory. Admission type urgent. Oh. Patient was brought to the hospital after being found wandering in a nearby forest. She claims to have no memory of the past few days, including how she ended up far from home. The patient has cuts and bruises of an unknown origin. No loss of sensory perception. Oh, it's been observed. The patient needs to stay for a few days to further. Oh, that's Iris. That's the sweet lady that we helped. Nope, I didn't use that. Is that the asylum records? Oh, that's conservative mural. Oh, it's probably on the wall. Where are the ones that I just... Fisher family documents. Oh, there's one more. Where are the ones that I'm just finding? Eight sigils. I want to find more of the sigils. I just took those. They're somewhere in my collection. I would assume it's an asylum. Those are recordings. Spark Baron's research. Casterwood recipes. Oh, I wonder where it went. I should really look. Otto? No. Yeah, because those are the ones I just picked up. Those are the people who have been admitted, and those are the people who have been part of that, Look at that. Look at this little guy. He's so cute. Oh my god, dog with balloon. Okay. Okay, we're staying focused. Not really, but... Morphine! Yeah, so who's this one? Sato, male, 20. Patient was admitted to hospital following a failed suicide attempt. According to documentation provided by the family, the patient has been struggling with depressive disorder since 2016. I'm sorry, the way they put sister's death? Trauma? Question mark? That's crazy. He's just a little guy. It's just a little guy after going through like... What? Excuse me? Okay, we have a new saying here, everybody. Hear ye, hear ye. Live, laugh, lobotomy. You know, just live, laugh, lobotomy. I wasn't expecting the lobotomy. Live, laugh, lobotomy. And it has the fucking spike through it. Considered fail? I don't know. I don't want to get into the nitty gritty of that. Oh, there we go. Goodbye letter. Wednesday. This damn career. He left me. He left all of us. All I knew is he was a coward. Shouldn't have followed him. The spineless, moral bankrupt cretin. Damn. What the?
Lobotomy. I'd rather have a full bottom in front of me than a full frontal lobotomy.
Escape this nightmare. Damn, so he got locked up in here. I think that just gets funnier. Oh, we're taking his hand. Sorry, dude. You don't need it. Anybody need a hand? Well, you could also, I guess, have a full bottom, too. Unless you want a top. Yeah, you know, you can have your pick with Cloud Meadow. Just go for a walk. Positive thoughts only, and then live, laugh, love, lobotomy. What an icon. What a great hospital this is. What a great psych ward this is. Next point. What the fuck? This is your happy place? I don't think I like this room, I will be honest, you guys. I think that room scares me very much. Thank you for the follow, Ghoulish. Welcome in. Buena voz. ¿Por qué los dos? ¿Por qué los dos? Such a volatile room. You're entirely correct. You're entirely correct. Okay. Sorry, I went to go look at the wall at the same time as jumping up. Yeah, okay. Okay. He gross. He is super fucking gross, bro. Excuse me. Pardon me. Excuse me. Pardon me. Okay. I just have a hand on me. Don't worry about it. Anybody need a hand?
Okay, it worked.
The volatile better not be right behind me. Mendez. Okay. I feel safe in this room. Can I take everything?
Camilo, I'm inside the storage room. What am I looking for again?
I don't like that beep.
A drug called Neurorace. I know it's there.
Why did it get all brown when I went into this? They have a big brother in the nightmare mode? That's
fuck.
I can't hold on.
Shit.
I'm losing them.
Well, yeah, I can tell I'm a little stressed.
Kyle, what's happening? Lydia's losing control. Get out of there.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
Time to get the hell.
Anyway, so there's a little note. Subject was exposed to Synthesized compound designed to amplify her existing... Oh my god, Mochi's watching. Existing delusions. Over the course of 3 days, increasing doses of hallucinogens were administered until the subject was no longer able to distinguish reality from fantasy. The most interesting result occurred during the final session where the patient began speaking in fragment sentences of her past lives. The neural disengaged... It is Mochi. Sorry. Oh, she got distracted. Hey. Okay, fine, hold on. Oh, you guys can see that's the stream there. Sorry, that's the best Mochi cam. There you go. There's your Mochi cam.
Out here.
Oh boy, oh brother, oh brother. Okay. Hey. Excuse me, pardon me, excuse me, pardon me, excuse me, pardon me, excuse me, pardon me. Making my way downtown. Oh, running! Oh my god! Where do you think I am?
You shut the hell up, your voice is bringing them right to me.
Where am I going? He wants me to go this way? Oh, excuse me! Oh, I see where I'm going. It's nighttime outside. Oh, holy shit. Who the fuck is hitting me in the head at a time like this? If I just fucking jump in the water. I didn't make it in the water. I did not make it in the water. What are you wearing? Mochi, who are you wearing? Tell them. Active landing. Hey, I try to aim for the water, okay?
Sending you the coordinates.
Oh.
All right.
I did it. I'm in fact not gonna be on my way. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna sleep. Oh, are you coming back over here now, Mochi? She switched sides. Hold on. Oh, or maybe not. Temporary switcheroo. Oh, she's coming back again. Hey, ma'am, are you gonna sit over there or over here? Take your pick. Am I gonna show my clean desk on that side or the plethora amount of cups that I have? Ow, she just hit me in the face. Oh, she decided to lay down. Hold on. Mike needs to go far away. I have very short arms, okay? Oh, I closed you guys. I'm sorry. Oh, I closed you guys again. I'm sorry. Hold on. Hi. There you go. Perfect. Paparazzi, she's walking the red carpet. You're so right, she is walking the red carpet. It's what she deserves. Oh my god. Isn't the racing one over here somewhere too? Oh, the race over there. I'm just gonna steal all the goodies in here. I think I might make a pit stop at the freaking... I'm on a zip line? Oh, I didn't know that existed. I just jumped. She's ready to go beast mode. She is at all times. She's a very sassy cat, so like, legit, she could. Ow. Who saw me? Oh. Camera looks very weird.
Is so good at this game.
Oh my god. Mochi is brilliant at this game. Hi, B. How are you? What is it at? Thank you for 28 months. I love you very much. Thank you. look! I have almost all my mods here. Oh. Oh my god, she's flying after me. I want to go sell a bunch of stuff because I haven't sold stuff in a while. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. I'm just here to sell things. Okay, that was a bad grapple. I'm watching Dan and Phil. Okay, I listen to music, about to start prep for dinner tonight. Fuck yeah. I actually don't know what I'm making for. Oh, I do know what I'm making. We have fajitas meat. Excuse me, pardon me, excuse me, pardon me. Here to sell things. No, I want to do this first.
Fucking jumping jackass.
Okay, what about this one?
A toxic dude for a toxic collection.
Damn.
Supposedly invisible, and yet here I got him on camera.
Okay, great.
Surprised the lens didn't break. Others would rather forget it ever happened, but I prefer having photos.
That's a nice photo. God, I love his little photo collection. Do we have anything else here? Kitty Couture. You're so right, Doc. You're so right. Here to say hi, hi. Aw, trade. Mochi is a pro gamer, okay? I'll have you know, she's very pro gamer. So she knows what she's doing. I'm gonna sell this one because it's only level 11. Is that my old one? That is my old one. I'm just gonna sell that because it's about to die. I don't really use the hammers, but I like that one better. Oh, I don't. Okay. Keeping that one, keeping that one. Okay. Nope, nope. I didn't mean to sleep. I'll be honest. I did not mean to sleep. I do like that I get ammo every time. I meant to hit this. It's just a little stupid. I think most of these are like the collectible ones. Except for like this one. Oh, I have more redeemables. It's KO, okay. Wish I had a box next to my bed that spawned ammo for me. You know, fair, real as hell. Those are my full fits. Okay, so those are the new ones. I haven't actually used this in a while. I do miss this. I do like this weapon a lot. I don't use these, but I feel like I should. Sure, we'll upgrade that. I do actually really like this sword, so I think I'm gonna craft it. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Shit gets fucking expensive. You're entirely correct. Yeah, what day is your B, what days does your birthday land on? Oh, I did sell that. Okay. F modify. I don't have a calendar right now, and my hand, besides this hand, is trapped. I feel like I should upgrade some of those. Oh, I didn't mean to crouch. Being a Thursday? Okay, okay. That ain't bad then. Do like that one. I don't know what that one does. I just kind of clicked it. Oopsie. Do like my freeze ones. How many of these do I have? I have not like used these really a lot. Do this one. Oh, is that one new? Are you working that day, but I'm planning on bringing donuts for everybody? That's cute. That's cute. Okay. Makes sense. Makes sense. Ooh, that's a... kind of like that. I'm gonna get that one fully up and this one fully up. Because I like these two the best. I am on the Stray Kids album. So I do not have my like songs on shuffle. I have it on my phone, but I can't fix it. Okay. So if I go here then. Wi-Fi. Hit that there. Yeah, this is the one that I can put this here. And then I think I'm gonna put bleed. As well as my little lucky charm. That's modified. This is modified, but it's going to be dying soon anyways.
How is everyone doing today?
Is this the better one? Yes, it is. Oh my god, my head. Honestly, I'm doing good. Hey, PUBG. Yeah, you will be puppeting the dragon. That'll be very fun. If you want to tab out to change the music. Do this one. There we go. Bit worse. That's fair. That's fair. I mean, I think we all hit a big depression spurt. So it be that way. We're all getting out of it. I'm getting out of mine finally. So that's great. Like I said, it hit the trauma showed for 1 second, then I spiraled. What's this?
Could Camilo and Lydia have been a thing? A little lab rat researcher romance going on?
He's entirely right, but that's fucking crazy to say. I love this game. I did sleep until night, so...
Well, still kicking, I see.
What time? 20. The game crashed again. The game crashed again. It's doing a very clean crash, I won't lie. I think it's having to do something with the people online, because that's happened twice now where it's when they disconnect. It just shuts my game off. Yeah, you've been hibernating. I know you've been. I might see if I can turn that off. Because that's twice now today. Game crashed again. I'm gonna crash my... No, you ain't! Oh my god, you guys want to play Outlast Trials? Sorry, I've not played it. I was like...
the volatile nest and came back with the 3 samples Camilo asked for.
Okay.
Lydia claims she can now mind control...
Yeah, shush. Crane, I don't want to hear from you. I just hope my sword's there.
What's everyone's holiday plans this year? Christmas, Hanukkah, Kwanzaa.
Nothing. Oh my god, here we go. Oh, it's the story ones. Did I miss one or did we get one later? Cause yeah, that's who we've been helping. Oh, inventory. Ugh, I uncrafted my sword. No, it uncrafted everything I had just done. Okay. We're gonna speedrun this. Sorry, I'm just locked in trying to go through these. You gonna crash my truck? No, you ain't. I ain't upset about it. It's okay. Pop music. I'm not gonna do that one that I had done last time. That one there. Exactly, I agree with Kai. Not loud. Okay, and I can't do that. Okay. So we go here and we're gonna craft that. And then I'm just gonna sleep. I haven't modified the sword, but that's okay. Why are you looking that way? Why'd you huff like that, girly? Okay, and now we modify. I got this one. For sure, and I think I put this one. Lucky charm. Okay. And I put that there just to get rid of those. Do I need to click that again?
Could Camilo and Lydia have been a thing? A little lab rat researcher romance going on?
Dead right now.
That'd be a crazy thing.
Looky here.
Where?
I agree with Kai. It's gonna be a lie. Music. Okay. Okay. You're hosting since you got married? Housewarming Christmas party. Oh, that's cute. I love that for her. Pop music. My game does feel weird. Car GPS. It feels like study work, but like I don't know what it is. Frame generation. No, that's the right one. Field of view is up. Oh, there was something I wanted to. Oh my god, this is exactly what I want. Because one of these have been really annoying me today. If I just do that, that should be good. Oh, everything's on high. I mean, for the most part, it runs fine. That's just the one that's been blinding me today, so I would like to actually... We should say yes. Meow, meow, meow. Yes, exactly. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow, meow. So much power. So... Private. Never. Okay. Okay. That stupid, like, lens flare has been blinding me a couple times today. I want you to know I'm meowing sometimes, but since I can hear inside of my ears, I don't like hearing my own voice. Meow, 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 meow. Ow, meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Fucking Meow-Yoki back at it again. Where the hell am I going? Oh. Hello? Hello, let me in. Meow. Meow, meow, meow. Oh, Jesus Christ, Crane. Ugh, I hate this stupid grappling hook. And I hate his stupid climbing. The parkour in this game kind of pisses me off. Just dead. Yeah. I just have to press F this time. Yes, I do. I remember that. Also, meow. Meow. I'm gonna alarm you, but there's a cat on your desk. Oh,
made it.
Oh, good heavens. Oh, she's dying.
Just barely, but yeah, that was
I didn't know there was
close.
a cat here.
Are you okay? What happened?
Stream 2026? Who's
I'm
with me?
sorry.
Fuck yeah,
The
Meow-Yoki.
alarm distracted the infected and severed my
Oh
influence
God,
over them.
You have the neural rays.
Yeah, here.
Ibuprofen it.
Thank you. If it works how I hope it will, it'll help Lydia to maintain a stronger connection and exert complete control over them.
I think
In
that's
other
very
words,
dangerous.
It'll turn them into meat puppets.
Oh, I was just there,
Keller,
bro.
Crane here. What's going on?
What's up, Red? How you doing?
He's trying to slaughter us all.
Go, Kyle.
I know I was
We'll
moving
gather our
one of my
people and try
hands,
to
but I
help.
was like, oh, it's not moving on the camera. And it's because
Copy. I'm on my way.
I put my lipstick here because I wanted to put it back on. I haven't been able to. Do I have a limited time? Oh my fucking god. They like doing these.
Crane, do you copy?
Yeah, I copy.
Ew!
But I got nothing to say to you.
Stinky.
I owe you an apology.
Yeah,
Fuck that.
bitch.
Apology not accepted.
Yeah!
We can settle this later. Right now, we need to save my people.
Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you.
Kyle, they put some device by the gate that's attracting the infected.
Okay. Fuck you. Fuck off, you slimy ass bitches. I hate. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Oh my fucking god, oh my god, oh my god. Drink. Drink. I'm gonna ultimate for this game. I'm in the fucking cutscene for this, and that's all that matters. I juked the system. Oh my god, why did he run so fast?
You're about to die, Sarah.
Nah. Fuck the fuck off. Oh, that stupid ass fucking bitch with the gun. I hate these bitches. I really do hate. What the fuck? He just spawned in. All I care about is turning this off. Ow. It's a beautiful coat. You must brush him a lot. It's a her. It's Miss Mochi. I hate this stupid ass fucking game sometimes. Ooh, this is not how I expected this gun. Yeah, you shut up. I don't like using the drop kick him. There's too many, because then they hit me in that fucking animation. Oh, you're a citizen. I won't hit you. And the... Oh my god. I swear to fucking god. No, where's that bitch? Where's the one shooting? take so long to like do anything. I don't even know where the... I truly hate. Oh my god. Pop him. I don't really carry a gun. And even so, they having like 20 of them after you on top of 2 of them shooting you. God. I don't. Usually I have the shotgun. I just happen to have this one. Actually, I usually have the crossbow. I won't lie. Because look, I have 1 more bullet.
Target acquired.
You know what you gotta do? Grab a stick and twist it. I wish I could. I hate dealing with the fucking... The Baron's men are so annoying. Also, Chris Redfield, yeah.
We need to stop them.
I have to do this.
Olivia, the Baron's attacking the town hall. It's open war now.
And a mortar? Oh my god.
Oh my god. We knew it would come to this.
I'm trying to help them. I'll get back to you later.
Let's go all the way over here and fight more people with guns. I don't care about you, Mr. Spitter. Truthfully, the least of my concern. Boulder punching, yes.
Turn around.
Fucking get out of my way. I hate you. I hate you. You. Do you see this? I have 1 sniping me. Get off the fucking roof. I can't even kick you. Get off the fucking roof. Get off the fucking roof. I hate these men. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. Die. Where am I even going? Where am I even going? Oh, the mortar.
Kyle! There's more of them!
Well, yeah. I kind of figured that. Oh my god, I hate this stupid grappling too! Oh my god, and I'm on this fucking side. Which one's closest? Which is this one? I hate this guy. We'll do that one. No. This one. I do hate the grapple. It works sometimes, and then sometimes it's just not as smooth. God, how far is both of these? Please do not touch me. Crane. Please, for the love of God. If I lose my mind today, it's because of this goddamn game. What is he waiting for? Climb on the goddamn roof. I feel like... Oh my god, Jesus Christ. you are. Fuck you. Okay, that's a fast way to travel. Oh my god. I don't know why he grabbed onto that.
Now.
Get off the roof. You off now. Ow.
Don't stop moving. Nice try.
I can't park. Yes, Jordy, I'm losing my mind in this goddamn game.
You're dead.
I hate Crane so much. Okay, at least that's done. I hate this game. I hate it. I hate it. Mochi, you're now scratching my hand.
You need to get rid of those gas grenades. They're attracting too many.
One thing into another thing. Is no one helping with it at all? Ooh, KFC. Japanese favorite Christmas dinner. Oh my god, Crane. I freaking hate this bitch so much. Don't touch me, don't touch me, don't touch me. I hate it so much. Okay, you know what? No, I don't care what's happening. Everybody back away from it. What the fuck are you doing? Am I just putting it in my pocket? A little bit. Did I take all the grenades? Okay. Fucking bitches. I hate this game so much. I also hate her. She betrayed us. Mochi calmly sleeping while I'm losing my mind.
Things just went from bad to worse.
It's just been me angry gaming.
You need to stop it.
Oh my god. Crane, do this. Crane, do that. I'm already losing my mind, man. I gotta itch my face. I only have one hand. Out of spite, I need to do that. You? Yeah, big you. See, like, I don't mind this. Well, I do mind that. That was quite rude. But, like, fighting the zombies is fun. But I just hate the stupid Baron's men when they have guns, because I just want my silly little weapons. See, and he's dead. I think ugly? Yeah, he big ugly. I'm gonna clear out the zombies? I got you. Been enjoying my silly little time in this game, and all you had to do is throw silly little fucking stupid ass little men that shoot gun. Yay, put men in my way. Oh my god, I ran so fast.
Ugly motherfucker.
Yeah, you're right, Crane. Oh, what the fuck, bro? 2? What is this? What is this? Mochi got scared by something. What the fuck is this? What the fuck am I playing? Oh, that's gonna hurt a lot. Why the fuck do... What the fuck am I... Is this game just trying to make me mad? Like, these guys aren't the worst. But like... Oh, I didn't mean to jump. Where did my silly little exploration game go? Exactly! That's why I hate the guns, mainly because, like, the parkour in this game... Oh, where is he? Throw that up his butt.
Fuck.
What are you worried about, Crane? I just threw a whole bunch of explosives at him.
Focus on one. I'll help with the other.
I already am. I just was throwing bombs at both of them. Okay.
Wait,
I don't know what's happening.
What the hell?
Crane, heal. I don't care. Just kill him in this mode. So how I dealt with my problems, so a fuck ton of explosives. There. I think your bombs are missing. And they kill the other zombies. At this point, I am actually genuinely very pissed off at this game. Is the other man still throwing stuff? Oh, hi, Hella. Oh, bye. I think we should still kill him.
Nerve showing your face to me.
Oh, and now he's
every
very
right
mad.
to be angry.
No shit.
Just listen to me.
What could
Me
you
too,
possibly
Crane.
say to justify
Me
what
too.
you did to me?
Soon after you got the power plant up and running, his men caught me out on a patrol. I didn't stand a chance. I thought I was dead. And the Baron gave me an ultimatum. If I didn't give you up, he would kill not just me,
I just
but
wanted
every
this
single
little
one
exploration
of my people.
game with punching zombies.
could have told
and they
me.
said,
And
no,
what
we're
would you
gonna
have done?
give normal men shooting
Died
you.
with the rest of us? It was either give up you or everyone else. It was an impossible choice.
So you made a deal with the devil.
Out.
Things are so black and white for you, but things are never that simple.
Where have you been all this time?
I hid out in the woods. I knew you were looking for me, and I understood why.
Is that why you lured me into an ambush?
I am so
Hi, Hella.
sorry. It tore me apart to do that to you. But it was either that or sacrifice everyone I care about. The rest, you know. But when I heard
there's
about the
been music
bombing
just
and what
playing
you
the
did
whole
to save
time.
my people, even after I did what I did, even after betraying you, I knew I'd made a terrible mistake.
Oh, please no. Okay, good, it's my people. I'm like, please no, I don't want more men with shooting guns.
Kyle, are you okay?
It was you, wasn't it?
No, honestly, mentally
You got in their
damaged.
heads. You saved my ass.
That medication you retrieved made all
Honestly,
the
I
difference.
could have handled it.
The things I can do now are extraordinary.
Lydia? You're alive.
She knows
We all
Lydia.
are.
Hi, Hella,
Thanks
you're
to you.
gorgeous, meow.
I just did what I thought I had to.
You cast us out, sent us off to die. But as you can see, we survived. We thrived.
But how?
We learned to control the infection. Made it work for us. You saw us as a threat, thought we'd get you all killed. The truth is, without us, you'd be dead now.
Just could pause the music.
You're
They
right.
be talking a lot.
I'm sorry.
Oh my god.
I was wrong.
I just saw my
I've been wrong
post on Facebook.
about so many things.
I just like the
appreciate
beeper in the background.
apology, Florence. Perhaps it's time we put the past behind us.
And literally, you attempted
and
to
focus
murder
on
Crane.
what's ahead.
I
Of course
agree.
he's gonna be mad.
We have a common enemy. And if we hope to have any chance at all, we all need to come together. And I'm thinking maybe it's time we take the fight to him.
Yeah.
How? That palace of his is practically impregnable. We'd never get close, let alone inside.
That was a choice
You're
of
right.
words.
So we need to lure him out.
With what?
He has patrols out all over the forest searching for the beast. For some reason, he's obsessed with it. If we can catch it, he'll come to us.
If they can't locate it, what chance do we have?
We have something he doesn't. Telepathy.
What?
Sven, Take 2 of our strongest telepaths into the forest. See if you can sense the beast's whereabouts. If we can find it, we can catch it.
We need a place to trap it.
That's quite
I know of the perfect spot, near our cave.
All right. But how do we get it there?
I still hate her.
Same way they
I'm
lured the
mad at her, at
infected to the
least.
square. The red gas.
That might work. But where do we find some?
The ENF factory. That's where they make it. The Baron has a stockpile
Oh,
there.
hi, Hella. Please don't come
All
this way. You're
right.
going to disturb the
We have
queen.
a plan.
And by that, we're
Kyle,
both going to face the wrath of
If you
her.
can go to the factory and grab those gas canisters, Florence and I can set the trap.
With a bit of luck, this could
I'll
work.
give Hella a
We'll
boot.
make
I
it
would
work.
like you all to know. I am sorry for my spurt of rage of yelling at the game. But I don't apologize to the game. The game deserved every single yell. The game deserved it all. You cannot put me in a high-stress situation in a game. It's so funny because a high-stress situation IRL, you know, fine. Calm. Calm as I can be in the sense of like, you know, the calm panic of like, okay, we gotta get this done. Panicking, but like, it's okay. In the game, I'm fine for my life. IRL and in the game. I still do hate this stupid grapple though. Let me tap out. Fix this. There we go. Scrolled it for a second. I guess that wasn't the end. Where the frick are we taking the fight? Oh, over there. Oh, we gotta get the beast first. Hell yeah. Okay, so we're gonna do this. Should we do just a 4-hour stream today? I do want to do this racing really quick. Maybe 4.5. Maybe we get this racing done and we save the last bit of the game. I hate gauntlets. Why did they put me through that stupid ass painful experience? I didn't have my freaking shotgun. Ice cream. Ice cream. I need ice cream. This game hurt my feelings. Oh my god. Oh, well, that was a tad bit aggressive. Have a bit more left? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. It sounded... They were making it sound like, yeah, we just gotta do this. But no, okay. We have quite a bit left. Which does make me happy because I'm like, wait, no, I don't want it to end. As much as I was very angry doing that fight. Oh. Mochi's foot is just... Like, you see that foot, but there's a foot... Yeah, can you take that foot off? I can't jump. Thank you. I couldn't jump. So I get very mad at games because I'm like, I swear I'm not bad at this.
I'm warning you.
Because like in these situations... Actually, retreat. I hit the explosive. I'm not in sight. What's right there? Oh, that's the... Oh, he's a big guy. Whoa. Whoa. Whoa, what the freak? Oh my god, I'm stuck on a tree. Fuck you. Oh, I have to watch Stranger Things today. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I should really keep the shotgun on me at all times. I cannot believe how like knocked out Mochi is. Oh, I love these little things. Those things are so cool. I don't know why she's talking to me like that. Well, I'm doing one more race. Oh, it's at night. Oh, it's at night. Oh, hey, all my snack packets are right there. This one, I think I am not going to do well on. Because if it goes into the city, I'm gonna hit so many things. How many? 35. I don't know, this is like a nice little cruise. Hella, what did you hit, ma'am? I thought I lost a tire. Oh my god. How did the little tiny bench stop me? That's a strong bench. That's one hell of a bench, I will say. What is on fire? Oh my god, it's so bright. Why is so many things on fire right now? Oh, that stop sign was so powerful. Excuse me. Oh god. The camera angle makes it so much more wonky when I drive. Hey, what did I hit? Oh no. Hey, so, you know, we're just gonna hit that. Oh, that's so nice. So if do I lose any, like, time? I'm still not gonna hit gold. I stopped looking for a second there. How many more do I have? I'm not aiming for gold, but okay. Still get silver. Oh, I'm in bronze. Now I feel like I need to redo this. I don't really care. All I have to do is finish it. Did I?
Mate, get this. The lads keep betting you'll crash and die a horrible, agonizing, gruesome
I did crash. I didn't die.
Great, tell them thanks for the support.
Recommended stream to go to. However, Twitch can fuck off because you're still live. That's crazy.
You're a bona fide racing talent. I'll get to work on the next stage.
Oh my god, there's more. Okay, so what we're gonna do, I think we'll probably end stream, but I'm going to take us all the way to our next location and get us over there. Maybe like get us to like, you know, like I like the actual houses. Let's get us to there and then I can just leave it there for next time. What time? Oh, okay, it's getting nighttime. Well, I guess that volatile thing spawned. I didn't have my grapple out. Oh god, the volatiles are actually out. Let's get the fuck off of this now! Oh my god. Get the fuck up, Crane! Why did he stop? Oh my god. Crane like stopped for a moment. Oh my god. That's a horrifying noise. I don't like hearing the feet.
In the dark forever.
Is Twitch also telling me to end stream? Is that what Twitch is really trying to say? Twitch, you'll hurt my feelings.
Time to race yet again. Next stage goes around factories.
I guess we're doing the Factory 500.
What the?
Yeah.
Factory 500?
It's not 500 miles, mate.
It's a fucking joke, Travis.
Oh, well, all right.
Why was it like that? Mochi, Mochi, that hurts when you do that. His hand is not even on that. Factor? Oh, the actual whole thing. Okay. Well, I'm gonna get us over there anyways. Let's go. Excuse me, pardon me. My Frenchel. I meant to say my fragile state of my mind is peaking. Ooh, I did not like how that looked. Pardon me. Well, that did something. Oh, okay. Mochi's toes are ever so slightly touching the spacebar. I don't know what I'm gonna do after I end the stream though, because I'm kind of stuck here. Like, legit. They don't know I'm here. I'm just gonna walk away. Why is my thing like broken? I was through that. Okay. It's just like not loading it right. Ah, the sun. So pretty. Oh, it's this one. I jumped too high now though. My shit is getting bonus move off. No, it ain't. Because then you won't show up to next stream. You won't be able to watch the next stream. You can't do that. Mood though. Big mood. I cannot let my shield fall. I will stay strong. It's okay. We must stay strong, soldiers. We must stay strong. Where am I? Past this.
Olivia,
you, though.
I'm heading back to the factory. I need more of that gas. Hopefully there's still some left.
What are you planning to do?
Catch the beast.
I won't even ask how. Just be careful.
I always
Bro,
am.
I don't think... Oh.
Yeah. Sure you are.
Yeah, you tell him.
Kyle, we need at least 2 canisters. One to place in the cave and one to lure the beast.
Understood.
Has some nice momentum. Put myself there. Oh, it's the bridge one. Is that a normal guy? Fuck you. I believe in you. Thank you. Just try not to lose my mind. Is this still safe? Purple light on? Purple light is in fact on. I always get scared. So I don't know when this game just kind of saves. So I'm just gonna sleep. Wake up then. Why you doing that, Mochi? Oh, you're awake. Okay. Oh. Oh. What is she's knocking over everything. She knocked over everything. Hello. I need to fix you guys because you're pointed like up. I get scared mostly when I talk to pretty women. I get scared when I play games. I get scared. I get scared. I can't reach you guys. Hold on.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
There we go. I don't know. You know when I was telling you the one little thing that happened at what was that called? Disneyland. I've let my mind slip again. I am not oh my god, did my phone start playing music? It did. I could hear something, but I was like, what is that? It was my phone. It played Spotify from there. Which means I hope. Okay, cool. It played here. We'll just end here so that I don't lose my mind. Because I'm losing it. Because, you want to know the silly thing? I feel bad that I got mad at the part of the game when it just made me do a gauntlet and go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. But rightfully so, I didn't deserve that. Mr. Kyle Crane did not deserve to go back and forth of having to deal with multiple men with guns and then being like, Crane, but you need to go take care of that. I'm like, you just told me to go take care of this. All under a time limit? I love a good time limit, but I don't want to lose them, so therefore I'm pissed off because I don't want to lose them. Therefore, rude of them. Unlimited beast mode. I just got the world safe here, which is unlocking all the safe houses. But I got it at a random point that I'm like, okay. I guess I'll get it now, okay. What are other things we can do? But yes, thank you. Thank you all for joining. Fully regain your survival skills. I need to finish that. We still have transformer stations. I still have side quests. I don't know what other side quests are left. Do 6 headshots with a revolver within 20 seconds. That's crazy. Get an iconic weapon. What's an iconic weapon? Ooh. Hi, Mochi. Ooh, kill 666 enemies using beast-like powers. Guess what? What? I can't move my mouse. I think I'm just gonna end stream normally. I don't know if I really want to, like, do anything. I'll cry. I'm a fragile right now, quiet. I'm like you opening up the package. I'm a fragile right now. I'm a fragile right meow. I'll freaking lose my shit. I'll lose it. Mochi, you hear that? She don't. Mochi just looked at me like, what? Okay. I love Mochi. She's so funny. But yeah, I guess I'll just end stream. I don't know. I'm kind of sad. Because, like, my year's ending. There's a lot. I'm not gonna get mushy gushy. I'll cry. It's mushy gushy, but also self-hatred, but also the year's ending. It's the end of the year wrap, you know? When everything hits you. I'll cry. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. I don't know, it feels weird ending. But because I know I don't stream on Wednesday, I might stream Friday, so we'll see. We'll see what happens. If not, I'll be back on Tuesday. I said the 30th I can stream, so I'll be streaming the 30th. Maybe we just do farming. No community farm, just normal farm. Got really out of breath. I got really out of breath. I had to just like exhale. Thank you for the love and support. Yeah, it's the end of the year wrap. I'm gonna say bye-bye from here, so I love you all. Bye-bye. I only have one hand. I can only do so much with one hand. The other one has Mochi. I will hydrate more. I will go get myself a treat. I don't know. It just be wonky. There's so much happening in my little brain. But please, everybody, take care. Since I won't be seeing you guys till after Christmas, have a wonderful holiday season. Please take care of yourself. Make sure you all drink water. Enjoy the holidays, whether you celebrate or not. Maybe you just got the day off because, you know, it's the holidays. So, please enjoy your time. Please take care of yourself. I will see you all maybe Wednesday, if not Tuesday for sure, for the last stream of the year. Otherwise, I will see you all in the new year. I love you all. Thank you all so much. I would cry, but I don't want to. But I love you all very much, and I'm very grateful for everything. But please go take care of yourself, and I will see you all soon. I will. Thank you. Bye-bye. I'll see you all in the Discord. Hee.